Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. With Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Granny. Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. I'm joined today by my guest, Auntie. How are you doing, Auntie?
Good. How are you today?
Doing good. Good. We will have Mrs. E join us, I think, here maybe in a couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half or so. She is in between appointments with Middle E, but we might see her later this afternoon. This is like every 30 minutes there's a new development in this thing, isn't there, Beth?
There is, and there's a lot of misinformation out there too. So you have to really be careful on what you read and who you listen to, because I mean, there's some people just putting out complete falsehoods, and then I believe there's a lot of people putting out true information that maybe has been yet undisclosed to the public. So you have to kind of learn how to discern it.
I know. It's really bad right now. I saw someone just spanning X with a ton of like the same message over and over
Oh,
about
really?
with a fake story. So it's just they're just trying to send people to a website or whatever. And it's gross, that people do that kind of thing, but that's what happens. I mean, the outside of Nancy's home, it's a circus. It's got to be dozens and dozens of different media people out there. Just I mean, filling the street. I can't really think of ever seeing anything quite like that.
I don't know that there has been, and that in itself, to me, makes the whole situation a little peculiar, and just something since the very first announcement, I've had this feeling of it, just something's not quite right. Something's off about the whole thing, and I just don't know what it is, and I don't know if we'll ever know. But something's just not quite right.
Yeah, this is one of those things where the information doesn't line up perfectly. Like things with this just don't make a lot of sense.
Well,
The ransom is very confusing. It really
Mhm.
doesn't make sense combined with everything else. So,
Well, and I don't know if you listen to Ashley Banfield a lot, but she pointed out the sheriff's discrepancies between just the timeline and when it was reported and the information and how it was reported. He basically gave out 3 different times that they were contacted, and some of them were over an hour apart, in the same, and I think that's why they shut him down from talking, because his information was completely, it was all over the place, and he would give the same information, but every time he gave it was different.
the sheriff that's been leading the press conference. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've got their page pulled up here too. They're saying they're not going to be doing any more press conferences in the foreseeable future. Pam says, been binge watching this horror unfolding for the Guthrie family. Awful. And it really is. But good to see everybody here. We've got a ton of folks coming in. Texas Plain Jane, Daisy Duck. Yeah, there's some disgusting people on these YouTube streets, and it's not just YouTube either. It's TikTok and X and Facebook and everywhere. It's such a huge story. People are so desperate for information that we all become kind of gullible for that latest little breaking bit. I saw one that was saying that the one that was spamming on X was trying to say that the son-in-law's home has been taped off, and it was the same post like 40 times in a row. And then other people picked up on it and shared it without verifying it. So those things can get kind of spiral out of control.
That another one was
Off is about the only comment that most everybody can agree on, like you were saying,
yes.
Anthony. But
That's
yes.
another thing. That lady that I saw that on, she also had something completely different earlier in the day that was a complete lie as well. And so I think she's just, she's not any kind of credible media. She's just an ex person and putting stuff out there that's actually not accurate at all.
Yeah. Just kind of scrolling back to see who all's here. Grandma Chachi, good to see you. Rosebud, Wannabe Sleuth and Something. Deanna. Let's see if I missed anything. Maria. Blessed Happy Nana. So good to see everybody here. Melissa, of course. Good to see you too. So today is a big day. There could be some movement today. I think what I want to start with, I want to start with the statements that the family has given, and yeah, let me go back here.
And I don't know how much you've actually listened to some of the former FBI and people talking on other newscasts giving their opinion. Boy, everybody's got an opinion, and they vary. But I think someone said that earlier. The one thing that everybody can agree on is something is just off.
Yeah,
Something's off.
I mean, there's a lot of police and investigators and retired FBI. Everybody's kind of chiming in, aren't they? Um, yeah, and so if you're not caught up on this, just briefly, I'm just going to say, Nancy has been missing since January 31st. Sometime around 2 a.m. is what we believe, somewhere in that 2 to 2:30 range. Cameras were disabled. She was separated from her pacemaker monitor, and the next morning, when she wasn't at church, church members called her family. Family went out to the house. Sometime just shortly after noon, they called 911. And what started out initially as a missing person case pretty quickly turned into a criminal investigation. They quit searching altogether and just turned it straight into a criminal investigation by at least Monday morning. And since then, a variety of ransom notes have been sent in. We know, I couldn't get an exact number, but there's at least three. They could be receiving some that they're not alerting the public to. Some of the ones that they think are maybe hoaxes or whatever. But there's at least three that they've confirmed. We have one where we've already had an arrest. It was that guy out of Southern California.
Yeah, he
Um,
actually was texting them directly, and was that's how they caught him. As he was actually texting their cell phones,
yes.
and
Um,
he was caught faster than the rest.
yeah, pretty foolish, right? Um,
Really.
but the other is the one that has been received by TMZ and other local news outlets. So the family has had two video responses to these, and they're both very different. So I'm going to start with the first one they gave to the initial response that we went over before, but I just want to do this because to kind of compare it to the more recent ones.
Yeah,
Let me
because there's
share that
a
screen.
completely different tone between the first one and the second one.
Absolutely, yeah. And this one we kind of analyzed backward and forward. Um, I think everybody kind of has, but this will just kind of refresh our memory on how they responded.
Nothing's playing, Mr. E.
Oh, really?
No, it's just us.
Oh, sorry. Let's see, is it there now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home.
We miss you. Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love
Ain't you think anything differently after a few days have passed on that than we talked about the other day? Or do you kind of still feel the same way about that message?
I think there's just this is such an oddity, and there's very, very, I just feel like the whole ransom thing is a hoax. Now, whether their response to the ransom is genuine, I just think the wording is odd. I think with both of them, the wording is very odd. They
Yes.
don't sound like a plea to release her mom. I think it could be some kind of communication. I just think it's weird. It's not what you would go on national TV to plead for your mother to be released. It's just not the response that people would make. I just think it's weird. It just doesn't sit well with me.
Okay. Little Black Bear, I just want to say thank you for the $2 super sticker. We appreciate the support very much. Yeah, okay. So a lot of folks are agreeing with you. War Eagle says, I think it's all a big hoax. I have decided. LOL.
I think it's after the second one and the wording was so close to the Jodie Foster movie, Silence of the Lambs. That was eerie. It was absolutely eerie, and it was too exact.
Yeah, I should have probably pulled that up. I might look for that a little later.
Even right down to the inflection in her voice was almost identical to the movie. That in itself is strange. It's like the dialogue was not written by the FBI. It was written by police people. I mean, by movie people making a script. That's the way it sounds to me.
When I saw, I'm going to find that. I'm going to find that because I think just for anyone that doesn't know what you're talking about.
It's huge. It's huge.
Let me pull it up here real quick.
It's just an odd thing. And we'll play the second one and then several other creators have mentioned it, but the minute that they read it, I was like, I remembered it because that's a movie I've seen many times. And I was like, well, that's weird. And a lot of people caught it immediately that were fans of the movie or fans of true crime. They were like, oh,
sorry.
Yeah, that's it. So this is the part of her second ransom, which we will play in a minute. But part of what she says is identical to Silence of the Lambs, where this state, was it the governor of Tennessee? I think she was the governor. I don't remember. She was a Tennessee politician, and her daughter was kidnapped by Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, and she's pleading to the captor to let her daughter go, and almost identical to what Savannah is doing. So he's going to play that, and we can see what you think.
Yeah.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see.
She is
I'll do it
full
one
of
more time.
kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see.
I mean, just creepy.
It was a little weird. Okay, it was a little weird. I'll give you just two other. Okay, here's my three possibilities.
Hi, Betty.
I was Bullhorn Betty in.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good to see you, Betty. Okay, so my three possibilities. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence, a phrase. Maybe there was a little writing by ChatGPT on how to form a message to your kidnapper or whatever. And maybe it pulled from a lot of different messages and pulled up this script in a little portion and melded it somehow, right? I thought that was possible. And I also think it's possible that it is there could be code requested in these letters from the kidnappers to indicate, let us know that use this phrase if you intend to go forward. Use this phrase if you don't, or do you know what I'm saying? There could be code.
Well, I mean, they pretty much said we are willing to pay. So there wasn't a lot of code to add to it, I don't think. I mean, they were pretty much saying, we will pay you. We want her back. But the wording, I don't know if you want to play that one in its entirety. The wording in that one was very bizarre and has been taken by the true crime community, FBI people, anybody that wants to weigh in on it has had a different opinion what they thought it meant.
The wording in what?
In the second ransom message.
Oh, see, I has that actually been released? The full...
Yes, that's the one that you just showed an excerpt from.
Oh, you mean their response?
Their response.
Oh yeah, I've got that. We can play that here too.
And then we can talk about what you think that means, because I think very, very, very can be taken a couple different ways.
Okay, and I also saw Tony Mathis is in chat. Good to see you, Tony.
Hello,
for
Tony.
crying out loud. Blessed happy Nana. Good to see everybody here.
Grandma Chachi.
Here's another possibility. For crying out loud says maybe it was lodged in her memory and she didn't realize it. That's possible. I mean, you don't think there's any chance that sometimes
it was scripted.
Have you never done something like that where you've told a joke or made a joke and you didn't realize you've actually heard it somewhere before? You ever had that happen?
Maybe, but I don't think so. This was crafted. I think emotionally they are spent and they're not going to have time to come up with a note. They're going to have help. People are reaching out to help them. They've got resources on every side. And I think that was an FBI drafted or movie scripted response.
It is a weird phrase. It's not one that you would normally expect to hear. It's just an unusual phrase. So it is strange. But this is the response. So apparently, and I didn't realize this at first, but apparently even that first ransom note indicates that there's going to be two deadlines. There's the one that's already passed. And then they say today at 5 o'clock, which would be for us, we're on Central Time. So at 7 p.m. tonight, there's another deadline. So I don't know what the difference is between these two deadlines. They don't really...
From what I've heard in the media, it was a monetary amount. If you pay this amount by this day, we'll release her. If you wait until Monday, it goes up to $6 million. I heard it was $4 million, and then it goes up to $6 million today.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I didn't hear that part of it. I knew the $6 million was.
I've
Okay.
heard that from a couple different places
Well, that's
that
interesting.
were news outlet, not just people talking.
Well, that's interesting. So the 4 million I hadn't heard. So that actually kind of backs up a different idea I had about this ransom amount. $6 million is a very weird number because you
Mhm.
think if you're going to ask for money, you're going to ask for 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, just kind of a more rounded out number, right? Like 6 million's a strange amount,
Well, I
which made me
wonder
think, could there be more than one person involved? 6
well,
million
it
split
also
between
makes
two
me
people
think
would be 3 million each. If you
well,
had
it
4
and it
million, it's 2 million each, right?
right.
So it's a
But
little easier.
it made me think that the amount was particularly significant or tied to something.
Okay. Maybe so.
And
Um,
again, I have theories that are way out there that have nothing to do with an actual just kidnapping. I don't I think there's a lot of things at play here, and there's a lot of moving parts to what's going on. And I'm not sure it's what it appears to be.
well, yeah, I don't even know what it appears to be. Do you think it
Well,
appears?
I know it's
I,
confusing.
I
It's
don't
really
know.
hard to know.
I think initially I was really kind of looking at the family, and I'm not as sure about that now. You know, I'm not sure I feel that strongly about the family being involved or not. Um,
And Grandma Chachi said, in her opinion, I think that the abductor and whoever's behind the ransom note are different. I think they're finding out who her daughter is, someone trying to cash in on it. They found out who her daughter was and want to cash in on it, and that very well could be that this could be somebody in another country that's orchestrated these ransoms and are just trying to make a buck, and it really has nothing to do with the disappearance, other than it's an it's a ransom, but they didn't actually take her. So I mean that very well could be what happened, and that's why we're seeing so many different things going on at the same time.
yeah, I think I
Angel
lean toward that right now. I lean toward
An-
thinking that it's not actually connected.
and I think that's very well could be it. Angel Wing says, I do not believe it's a hoax. The affidavit told how they made the connection to the California man. I don't know what that means. Do you? Well, who the California man is?
No, that's the one. That's the other one. That's a different. That's the one where they were texting directly, right? The guy in
Right.
California that got arrested. I think that's different than this other one because there's
Yes.
multiple ransom demands.
Right.
It could be more. There's at least 3.
I still think that the second one, or the main one that they're addressing by their messages, could very well be the one that I think it could also be a hoax. I think you can get more than one hoax for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kidnapping is a business, and it happens all the time. People kidnap people for ransom to get money. It's like being a thief.
Yeah. Miss Kelsey's asking, how did he have direct contact with them?
Well,
I don't know.
the first one that they caught, somehow that he was able to look up their phone numbers, probably through some kind of software that you can buy background information software and get people's cell phone numbers, and that's not at all hard to do.
Right.
But I think this one came in through a TV station's thing where you just fill out a form, like to give comments about the station, and it came through a form where they just fill out, and it was on that form, which also makes it to me, less likely to be credible, because a real ransom, a real kidnapping, is usually done with the family and the kidnappers only. It is not a media thing. It is not a police thing. They want it kept quiet and under wraps.
Why the kids with no money though? That's a good question. So the text went to Annie. Is that what we understand?
No, I mean, that was the one that the guy sent. No
Right.
text have personally went to them from the one that they're taking as a legitimate.
Maybe that was the
ransom.
only number he could get. He could only, maybe
Hers
Savannah's.
probably was the easiest one to get.
Yeah, Savannah's might be more locked up and harder to locate. Well, let's play because people are referencing this, and then I want to get to the kind of breaking news that happened not breaking news, but kind of new information in the last hour or so. that relates to this ransom. So this was the second message, has a completely different tone to me.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Okay, so played that a couple of times because there's a lot of interesting language in there. I think the celebrate is probably the one that everybody kind of.
And that's what I've heard the biggest discrepancy on what it meant. I heard a former FBI person today that actually worked in Pima County, and he said his interpretation was that she has already been unalived, and that they were asking for her to be returned to them to, be able to mourn her and celebrate her life. And I didn't take it as that at all. I didn't read that into it. And I didn't think the way she said the word celebrate indicated that she wasn't there. But it's odd wording. It's odd wording. And I could see where someone would think that.
I can see why people thought that because a celebration of life is a very common kind of thing. And so it kind of did that. I thought part of what they're doing is they are trying to let them know that we're ready to play ball financially. They're calling her valuable. This is valuable to us. And they're saying, we're ready to pay. We got your message. They're not really, whatever the message was, they're not really fighting back this time. Like last time, they were like, we need proof of life. We need this and that. This time it's more, we got your message. We're ready to play. She's very valuable to us. It doesn't really say what to do next. It doesn't say contact us or whatever. So I don't know if there's private back-end communication happening yet or not, but it's a different tone for sure. And this time she's not reading either.
Oh, she is.
Well, not the paper in her hand like she did.
No, it's down on the ground or it's in front of her because I see her cast her eyes there a couple different times as she's reading. You can see her look at the paper. And you might notice it if you watch it again, but yes, she definitely does.
Yeah, let me do it one more time.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
Oh, yeah,
this is
right.
Very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yeah, she's definitely got some notes down there, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got notes.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's just got her head down, but she's actually casting her eyes down and looking at it.
Yeah, so let me
well, and then you've got that really odd wording and people interpreting it differently. And then you have President Trump that made it, comments about the case and made it sound like they had found something. Do you have that video?
on the Air Force One where he's talking to reporters there. I've seen it, but I didn't have that pulled up. But yeah, he does kind of indicate something, doesn't he?
I mean, and the way he what he says to me is also odd in wording and makes it sound like it's more of an operation than a kidnapping.
And Kash Patel reportedly is there now or is arriving soon. Today,
yes, he's supposed to be there today. But different media sources reported it differently. Some said he was going there anyway, and they weren't sure it was related to this. And then some said that he was going there for this. So I heard two different reputable stations give that report, saying one saying he was coming for that, one said he was coming anyway, and they weren't sure if he was going to address that or not.
Yeah. And maybe, I mean, there's a lot of reasons he could be there. He could be there. I mean, it's if they actually are considering, the family's considering paying the 6 million, it's a major crime, and he may be there to oversee the tracking of that exchange. Maybe there's an announcement. There's a lot of reasons he could be there. But yeah, let's not do the political aspect on it because it wouldn't matter. It's not
Well,
about
I
it's
just think
actually
I think the wording that he uses makes it sound more like an operation and not specifically a kidnapping. I just thought his wording was unusual.
yeah, I'm just talking to the chat because the thing is it wouldn't matter if it were Biden or Trump commenting on the case. It's they are people that are getting information.
And they're going to know. Yeah.
And
They're
he'd
going to
report
know.
on it either way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter their political party. It's probably not a great idea that he's talking about the case in any kind of detail and giving hints that something's coming. Probably not a good move. I'm sure the investigators don't
Right. It's
appreciate
not
or want that. They probably want
right.
less commentary from him.
Right.
But
Oh, I'm sure. Well, and I'm sure they want to keep it under wraps because they really don't want public knowing anything until they have some solid information. But I think a couple other people heard the same thing. Alicia and Laurie both said that he had a prior engagement in Tucson, but was also going to be checking in on the situation, and that's what I had heard too. And then I heard someone saying he was coming for that.
yeah. So
I don't think who Softful says, can they trace the kidnappers via electronic forensics? I believe the way this form came in, there will probably be some way that they can trace how it came in, but initially they said it was coming from a masked VPN, so it wasn't traceable, or it was going to be hard to trace. Now I think Space Force and has the capabilities to pretty much do anything they need to do cyber security wise and cyber, out there in the cyber world. I think if you put it out there, it can be found some way, somehow it's going to be traced back.
Yeah. And they probably, even if we don't know what they can do, there's one of the things you always hear from law enforcement people is like, if you knew what the FBI could actually do, you'd be kind of scared. I've heard that comment a few times.
I think
they won't even off the record privately. I've had some people tell me stuff like that where they're like, it's pretty scary what the FBI is capable of. So even if they say they can't do this, they might be able to do it.
I kind of agree with Texas Plain Jane. She says, I think it's someone that knows her and has been watching her for a while. I kind of agree that I think this is not a stranger. I think the ransom is just muddying the water. And I don't think I think it's people trying to steal money. And I'm not sure they're related, but if they pay today by 5:00, and I think that is Tucson time, if it's paid, then there should be some resolution if that happens. If that happens, then they've got to return her or her body or whatever else is the agreed upon thing. But we should see something happen after that. Or not, right.
Or not today. So the latest kind of news from today is, let's see, this is from TMZ. I'm going to read from this article. It's no transactions in Bitcoin account as ransom deadline looms. A few of you were referencing this earlier. A Bitcoin account allegedly set up to accept funds in exchange for Savannah Guthrie's missing mother, Nancy, is still sitting empty Monday morning, with time quickly winding down on an alleged deadline. Over the weekend, Savannah and her family responded to a ransom message saying they will pay the $6 million demand to have their mother returned to them. That part, I don't know where they got that. I haven't heard them say that, but this is TMZ reporting at least.
Well, and TMZ, I think it's odd. That in itself is odd. TMZ supposedly got the first ransom note. TMZ's got a lot of information that nobody else seems to have.
Yeah, it is using the media this way at all is really weird. But TMZ,
of all places, TMZ is where you send your ransom note. I just thought that, it wasn't ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, Fox News, whatever. It wasn't your big stations. TMZ it's more, to me, it's the National Enquirer of the internet.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a gossip, basically. Yeah, it is a weird choice. So they then say the alleged note requested payment by last Thursday, but it also listed a second deadline of today at 5 p.m. local Tucson time. It's unclear how long it typically takes for accounts to update, but as of now, the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account stands at $0 with no transactions recorded. So, at least if they are planning to put some money in the account or something's going to happen, at least as of this morning, nothing has gone on in that account that they can track. So that's interesting. We'll have to see what happens here.
A lot of people are weighing in. Alicia said, I have my opinion about the sister-in-law. Oh, sorry. About the sister-in-law, but until I have proof, I don't want to drag him publicly just because it would just make it worse for her children. And there's been a lot of speculation. Ashley Banfield says she has a credible police on the ground informant that told her that was their main suspect initially. So that's out there. It's out there, and she has verified it, and she stands by her source. So that is out there, and whether it's true or not, we do know that they went there yesterday. They did some. I did hear more clarification on that visit to Annie's house last night or yesterday, where they were taking pictures at nighttime. A lot of people were speculating it was a luminol situation, and they were waiting till dark and doing that. But they were seen carrying in what looked like kind of like a white folding table or silver.
Yeah, I have all
folding
that.
table.
I'm going to pull that up later.
Okay,
Yeah,
and so that that there, I heard today though that was they allowed them to do that. That was not through a search warrant. That they allowed them to go in and do that.
And here's the thing on the suspect thing. Whoever she talked to, let's say she talked to a deputy sheriff or whoever, and he said, "Yeah, right now we're looking at the son-in-law." Maybe that was true. Maybe it's not true today. Maybe it was true in the moment, and maybe just because they were looking at him for a time doesn't necessarily mean he's guilty or not.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just that particular person's chief suspect. Those lists change. I mean, you've seen suspect lists that were 20 people deep before. So, him being we think one of the last people to have seen her before she disappeared. Of course, he's going to be given under the microscope no matter what. But
well, and rightfully so. I mean, all we have is kind of like in the situation of Sebastian. All we have is their word that what happened or transpired there at the end. And his word and the garage door going up and down, that they said, they took her home, and they, first said it was just the son-in-law. Then they said family. That got changed. It was another one of the things the sheriff changed. And the garage door went up, the garage door went down. Just because the garage door went up and down does not mean she got out of a car and went in her house. That could have all been part of it, or it might have been exactly what happened. But you always look at the person that was had last contact with that person. That's your big suspect.
Sure. I mean, and honestly, anybody in her family is a suspect at first. Once they realized it was criminal, I mean, I'm sure they're looking at cousins and anybody in her life. I'm sure they're kind of looking at them.
But they constructed that narrative as to how she was taken home, and we've not talked about the church narrative. The sheriff came out and said, "Oh, people missed her at church." Well, from what has come out in the media, she had not been back to physical church since before COVID. She attended church online. She got online and watched her church service just like you would on YouTube, like you would be watching us today. And she watched it online. She did not physically go into the church. So that story, something's up there with the way it was reported. The sheriff said, "Oh, they missed her at church." They called. Then it changed to, if you listen to his stories, he's got 3 different stories for how the morning transpired that when she was reported missing. Completely 3 different stories. but one is the church story. But that has since come out, and I think Brian Enton has also confirmed that she did not physically attend church since before COVID.
That one's news to me. So I want to.
That's been out probably late yesterday and then today. I've heard that.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can find it.
And you might check. I want to think one of the last ones he did, he mentioned that as well. Rosebud said, that's why I said from the beginning to watch how investigators take on this task, finding this woman, dealing with the family, and whether or not they come up with a person of interest right away. Good point. And Lindsay wants to know why the reward was so small. Actually, an FBI reward of $50,000 is a hefty award. Now, can outside agencies and other people put in more of a reward? Yes, they can. But I think it's kind of strange. Usually if it's a missing child, a missing person, and they think the person's just missing or could have been unalived by someone, then that's usually when you see your rewards, I think, go up more so than a kidnapping situation.
Real Me Too, would you mind to clarify this? You're saying she used to sign into church, so that's why they were worried about her. So I believe someone from church did call family. Do you mean like signed in online, or would physically sign in like one of those, when you go to church, do they still have like the cards? We used to do that one. I don't know if all churches do that. Or any churches still do that, but we used to sign in our church card or whatever.
I think she means sign in online. But from what I understand, Alicia says, I attend a YouTube church sometimes, and we all know who's there. That might be what they mean. Okay. So that could be, but I think it was Brian Enton said, if it's the kind that you just go on YouTube and watch, usually you don't typically sign in. It's not like a Skype or a Zoom where everybody's little faces around the screen and you're watching it together. And there might be some like that. Okay, and Ty Bay Luck said, yes, on some online churches, you do know who is attending. So there is some speculation on that, though, that it was not an in-person church. It was a broadcast only, not Zoom, not chat like YouTube. It was if it's a broadcast only, then there's no way to know who's watching.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
So yeah, that's new information too. Little bits of things have started to come out, but the way it was presented by the sheriff and the way it was explained initially, he said she did not show up for church. So people, of course, assumed they meant in person.
Right. That's sometimes where we can kind of take, and that phrasing works either way. She didn't show up for church online or show up for church in person, and that's where you can kind of make an assumption about what someone means, and it can get kind of twisted. So. Well, okay. So
there's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about it. Bob said, I think the ransom is just a deflection. It's Annie and Tommaso needed it for life insurance money. Nancy is gone already. Sorry. Well, if that's the case and they needed it for life insurance, why would we not have already found a body? If it stays like it is for a month, 2 months, a year, she's never found, you have to go through a process to have someone declared legally dead. So, that process could take quite some time, and, it could take years. And so if that's the case and they needed it now, that's not the way to get it now.
Also want to do a quick update on part of this case too. There had been some remains found in that area. Those are not Nancy's. So I guess on Sunday they confirmed that they won't say where they found these remains, who they are, but they say it's completely unrelated to the Guthrie case. So that's Yahoo News reporting there through Parade magazine, I guess. So just kind of wanted to put that out there in case you had heard that somewhere. Man, there's a lot of places we can go now.
And Real Me Too said it takes 7 years before you can have someone declared dead. So I knew it was a while. A lot of people are saying though that the church has verified it is not a Zoom church. You don't sign in. So there's a lot of speculation as to how they knew she was not there. Yes, Rosebud said, could we find out the name and look it up? and somebody said they think it is a Presbyterian church in the area. So I have not heard the name specifically.
Let's see.
So there's lots of information.
She regularly attends. This just says this article from 9KGUN in Tucson, local news there, says she says Guthrie regularly attends St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, where a friend noticed her absence on Sunday and contacted her family. During the service, many attendees placed candles on the altar for Guthrie. The gathering drew people from across the community, including some who traveled from as far as Phoenix. Seeing if there's any more information about that. So anyway, the St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church is what they're reporting. And that there's also a St. Philip's in the Hills Episcopal Church on River and Campbell Roads, which is where they held the vigil. And they also have some type of tie to the Guthrie family, but they won't say exactly who. But at least according to this, but say it again, it says where a friend noticed her absence on Sunday and contacted her family. You know, your assumption is that that's in person, but it could have been noticed her absence online, you know, just depending on
if
how you read
anybody's
that.
looking that up, let us know what you find out. St. Andrew's Episcopal, is that what you said? Or Presbyterian?
Let's see. The one that Nancy appears to go to is St. Andrew's Presbyterian.
Okay.
But that there is a St. Philip's in the Hills Episcopal Church that some other family member attends or has a connection to that held the vigil. So interesting if it didn't actually come from the church, but it kind of appears that it did. But of course, the authorities will know if it didn't. Church is a way that people get notified, you know, when people don't show up.
Yes.
You know, if you're a regular and you're not there, you know, because people worry about you, you know, people worry. Especially something, you know, a lady 84 years old with a pacemaker and a variety of other health problems.
Well, they have a contemporary service at 9 a.m. that you can watch, and a 10:45 a.m. traditional service that you can watch, and they are online. It says just join us here during our live stream or click below for our on-demand options. Yeah,
this is good. Pups Samila says, I knew two old ladies who watched church TV and texted about the sermon, so that might be the case. Yeah, she may have a couple of close friends that when they didn't see her there, they're like, okay, what happened to Nancy? Where, you know, she's always here. So it could be like that for sure. I think I want to go to Deception Detective next. Of course, everybody's had a lot of interesting observations.
I've really enjoyed his take on things as well.
Yeah, I'm going to play a little bit of both of his videos. I'm
on their website now, and it just says click join us during our live stream or click below for our on-demand options. But the on-demand options does not have any recent services. The last one was September 14th. So it doesn't have anything on demand that you can watch, but it's on Vimeo.
Okay. Well, we're going to play Deception Detective, of course, is one of our favorite statement analysis people. He's done 2 videos so far, one on each of the ransom statements that the Guthries have put out. This is I'm going to play a few minutes of his first analysis because he makes a lot of great points in here.
A rough timeline for Nancy's disappearance. They say after dinner at her daughter's house Saturday night, Nancy was brought home by a family member at 9:48 p.m. At 9:50, her garage door closed. Then at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnected. At 2:12, software detected movement on a camera. And at 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnected.
Before we go on, of course, that actually gives us a nice little timeline reminder there also of kind of the known facts. You were saying something interesting about the garage door going up. So just because the garage door goes up, that does not necessarily mean Nancy went in. Doesn't mean she went in alone. It could mean a lot of things, really.
Well, and 2 minutes for someone with mobility issues is not a lot of time to get inside the house.
Yeah.
I mean, It's according to how closely they pulled up, but that's not a long time to get inside the house and close the garage door and get up to
Right.
by your door or whatever to push the button to close your garage door. So
Marlene, I thank you for putting Deception Detectives link in the chat there for me. I appreciate that. Another thing here, this 2:12 a.m. software detects movement on camera. So when the sheriff talked about it, he was talking about, I don't know if, we caught an animal or it's a person. That's kind of what he said. I had seen some reporting that said it was movement inside the house that was at 2:12 a.m. But I couldn't confirm that anywhere else. So I don't know where that came from. The sheriff makes it sound like it's an animal outside, unless she had a pet.
well,
Maybe that.
I took more stock in what he said at the beginning. Now that he's had so many different versions of things, it's hard to really know if he's telling exactly what, he's giving enough information to know what what really happened.
Right. Bob Cunningham is saying inside job for sure. Yeah, I agree too. I don't know if that necessarily means family. I was thinking of I just watched the Elizabeth Smart documentary or whatever a few weeks ago.
Is that good?
And it is really good. Of course, that guy, he had a very small connection. Had just worked temporarily on the property just for like a few hours, I believe. Never even came back to get paid, and that was enough for it to be an inside. So it could be someone just, a painter or delivery person or anybody that just got enough of a feel to think that this might be a good target. But I'm going to go back to Deception Detective here.
The sheriff tells me they haven't been able to access any home surveillance video, and they currently have no suspect or person of interest. Is this a professional abduction? It seems like they did not make any mistakes.
I can't say that. I don't know. As we move, we'll learn if they made mistakes. I don't know of a perfect crime.
The FBI also addressing the reported ransom note sent to 3 different news outlets, saying it referenced an Apple Watch Nancy owned and floodlights at her house, information that's publicly available. He also said the note has a deadline.
The ransom note that was distributed to the media did make a demand for 5 p.m. today. And if a transfer wasn't made, then I think a second demand was for next Monday.
The special agent in charge says they're still investigating the legitimacy of the ransom note and that there's been no contact so far with any potential abductor.
In a normal kidnapping case, there would be contact by now.
When the ransom appears to be an afterthought in a kidnapping, you're probably looking at a hoax or an inside job. If you've seen any of my videos about John Benet Ramsey, you'll know I think that's what happened there. So in the Nancy Guthrie case, I do think it is suspicious that the kidnapper was so professional and so meticulous that they didn't even get caught on camera, yet failed to leave any sort of calling card that only they and the police would know about at the crime scene. Anyone from Nancy Guthrie's mailman to an opportunistic Bitcoin hoaxer across the globe could have seen or guessed that she had an Apple Watch and a security camera. So I doubt the authenticity of any of these recent ransom requests.
Right. So that's one of the biggest contradictions of the case, really, because her being removed from the house, I mean, it was meticulous, and they were really cautious. But then you've got if you were just in it for a $6 million ransom, why in the world wouldn't you leave a note there? Call them privately. Why would you wait a few days later to contact TMZ? Become the more exposure, the more likely you are to get caught. They don't have a way to communicate, haven't been in contact with them. That part of it doesn't sound, the contradiction is there. This seems so professional and well thought out until you get to the ransom. So it just makes you wonder if they're even connected at all in any reality.
I mean, I think I just have a hard time believing that one's related to the other, but I have a hard time believing that they would agree to pay this ransom money and publicly do that nationwide. They've come out and said, we will pay it. Just give her back. The FBI would not let them pay it if they couldn't help them determine the validity of it. I just don't think they would.
Yeah. So why are they treating it so seriously? Why is the FBI treating this where the other one, they just arrest the guy, you know, why is this one being treated so? Is it just because it got exposed through the media and they had to answer the question?
I think that's a very good possibility.
Yeah, right. Here we go. Right. Alicia, ransoms usually say no police, no media. They don't want the police involved. This way,
Right.
it's just, you could have contacted any of the 3 family members and said, look, you call the police and we're going to, like you typically see in the movies or whatever. But in this case, when you do it to TMZ, the FBI automatically has to get involved. So it's a strange choice if it's legitimate.
Rosebud said, Mr. E, I thought that Elizabeth Smart on one of her documentaries, when she went back up to the spot, said that her kidnapper said that he had watched her for days. And I believe he did. And I believe that's why I just don't. This is awful well done if it hadn't been planned out, because it could have gone in a lot of different directions and there would have been more evidence of struggle. There would have been more evidence of unaliving. I don't think there's a lot of evidence to indicate what happened exactly.
Cool Cougar says perhaps they're trying to catch the ransom note writer setting a trap with talk of payment.
But
like a sting, essentially.
That could be it, but at the same time, is that really what's important? Catching the people that are lying about it, or catching the people that did it? And that's 2 different sets of people if it's a hoax. To me, the focus shouldn't be on let's catch the hoaxers. It should be let's find where she is, whether her body or her kidnappers or whatever. But it just seems like to me that this is a bait and switch. Like, look over here, kidnapping, ransom, and then something else has happened over here, and that she's actually been unalived or taken out of the country or whatever. But I almost think one has nothing to do with the other.
So I want to go through, because he gets into his checklist on victim statements too, which is one of my favorite things he's done.
Leaves the question, what's going on here? Let's keep watching.
We want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too.
It's a gut-wrenching, emotional plea from Savannah, her sister Annie, and brother Cameron.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile.
Speaking at times directly to their mother.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
The siblings then making this request to any potential kidnapper.
We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you.
NBC News law enforcement analyst Jim Kavanaugh says the family is trying to humanize Nancy and open the door for communication.
The goal is to start a communication to get Nancy released. There's been a couple of one-way ransom demands that they can't tell if they're valid or not.
Anyone who has Nancy, he says, is at a crossroads right now.
The abductors have 2 options: communicate and try to achieve the goals of their crime, or release Nancy. Take her to a church, take her to a business, drop her off.
So Nancy can be right back where she belongs.
So that's the update. And I agree with that expert that the goal of any kidnapper is to collect a ransom. And I agree with the authorities that all the ransom requests they've received so far are not authentic, which makes the 2 most likely scenarios either an inside job or a hoax. And I'm not talking about any of the other family members when I say this, but I don't think Savannah Guthrie is involved because of what she said in that ransom message. As I said, she met all the criteria of my missing person presser checklist, which we've used in many of the cases we've analyzed on the channel, mostly missing child cases, like the Emmanuel Haro case, where we called the parents as being involved before the police did. And that's because innocent people tend to do 7 things when one of their family members goes missing. First of all, they talk about the missing person in present tense because they don't know whether they're alive.
Yeah. So this is the list I'm always going back to. This is his present tense, and we use this one all the time because if you know that someone is deceased, then your subconscious would put them in the past tense. Also, if parents are cooperative is one on this list. So, did they lawyer up right away? Do they let you in the house? Did they answer all your questions and such? Do they come out and give statements like this? If they are inconclusive. And what he means by that is, are you certain that he's been kidnapped or she's been kidnapped? Are you certain that they're deceased? Are you sure they ran away? That where if you truly are a victim of something like this, you have no idea. Everything's a possibility. Maybe she is being held for ransom, so they address the kidnapper. Maybe she's already gone. They just don't know. They want proof of life. They're acting like they don't know what happened. And in the course, in that first message, they directly address the kidnapper, and both really they plead for mercy to release their mother. She also, of course, Savannah addresses her mom directly. So does the brother in that video. They are asking for help. They have sent out messages, and before the media frenzy started, and then call to action. They probably have done that, but I have to think back on that. Look at their early messages that they put out as a family. So anytime I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Auntie.
I don't think they did a huge call to action, but it might have been kind of it. That's something he said that they met all 7, but I really didn't hear him say, if you know anything, I didn't hear him plead to the public. They were really talking to the kidnapper people.
Yeah. But they had some family statements at the beginning. I'll have to go back and read those where they're asking for prayers and things of that nature. So they probably did. I'm just not sure. But of course, Savannah does all the talking. So he's basically clearing Savannah. And Savannah really doesn't make sense to be involved because she is clearly the target of a ransom demand. It's not the other it's nobody else in the family. She's the one with the $45 million net worth. Everyone else is upper middle class and that kind of thing. So anyway, I always think that is that little list has never failed in any case that we've covered since I first saw him with this a couple of years ago. You meet 5 or 6 of those criteria, that parent's always innocent. And if you're only meeting 1 or 2, there's usually a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go to this second video he did on the other, the second release. And this one's a little more recent. And this one's titled, "This Just Got Worse."
So you can catch up later. But the point is, I'm pretty sure Savannah is innocent, even if I'm not certain about her siblings. So with that context, let's watch this new update.
This morning, 1 week after police say Nancy Guthrie was abducted from her home in the dark of night, her children are grasping for some way to get their mother returned. Savannah and her siblings clutching hands in that Instagram post that begs, "Bring her home."
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Law enforcement sources told ABC News the message is the same one received Friday by a Tucson television station. The FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department said they had been analyzing it, but the sources said they have not determined its authenticity. An earlier, also unverified message included a deadline of tomorrow.
Ever since the beginning, I've had a lot of questions about this case, like which specific family member is the one who dropped Nancy off at her house the night she was supposedly kidnapped. But after seeing this update, I have a new biggest question. Who is pushing for Savannah to pay this particular ransom over any of the others if it wasn't her idea? Because as far as I'm aware, there was no calling card or set of instructions left at the crime scene, nor have the Guthries received any proof of life. The only requests they've received so far, in my opinion at least, are from opportunistic scammers who are trying to take advantage of them. And sadly, that's not unheard of. It's not even the first time we would have seen it on this channel. If you've seen my series about little Dylan Eeler, you'll know that people sent his parents fake photos pretending to have kidnapped him and requesting ransoms in crypto. So who's pushing for this ransom request of all the requests they've received to be paid? Let's keep watching.
Any action taken on any ransom is ultimately.
I mean, that is a good point, though, right?
What?
That is a good point. Like, why
Yeah,
this ransom? Why are we paying? Is it just because it was public, or is there some reason to think that there's legitimacy to it? And
I just think that the wording of that second one is so cryptic. And I mean, you would just never use the word celebration. That word, unless they told them you need to include the word celebration if you are going to do such and such. And I don't know. Maybe I'm reading more into it, but the word is inappropriate there. It's not. And I can't imagine why it was put in unless it means something to someone else.
It was a strange choice.
Yes.
Decided by the family.
Savannah's gut-wrenching plea came at the end of a day with no new investigative leads. Hours later, officers seen leaving her sister.
You see that there? That's evidence coming from.
Well, I heard today too that it did not look like a true evidence bag where it was sealed, but it could be something inside another evidence bag inside a bag. But yeah, I saw that. It was just the one thing, and then they also had that table thing.
Yes.
But I also heard today that they were allowing them to go in without a search warrant to get anything they needed or wanted. So I thought that was that. You know, if you were guilty, you would probably say, well, we'd rather you get a warrant.
Remind me when we're done with Deception Detective, and I'll go play that next about the family being cooperative, because I've got that queued up. We'll do that after this, if you'll help me remember.
Okay.
Because I'll forget in 2 minutes.
Mr. Annie's home, but still there are no suspects, no video, and no proof the 84-year-old in fragile health is alive. It has been a week since she failed to show up at church and her family reported her missing. Nancy Guthrie, who appeared with Savannah from time to time on the Today Show, now appears on billboards in Phoenix, El Paso, San Antonio, and Houston. Investigators returned to her home, inspecting cameras on the roof and towing a car. The FBI went door to door in her quiet desert neighborhood, hoping someone may have noticed something in the wee hours of last Sunday morning.
Okay, I just want to read this real quick here. Polly the Napalm, 8631 says, I called Pima County last week. The picture of the blood on the second tile to the right is a pair of eyeglasses between tile and the big pot. I wanted to share this with smaller channel as y'all's. Well, thank you for doing that. So I'll have to pull up that picture later and see what you mean. So you're saying the second tile to the right is a pair of eyeglasses between the between the tile and a big pot. Okay, I'll go look for that a little later and see if we can figure out if you're meaning that there's actual glasses there, or like maybe the spot was created by glasses or dropped in blood or something. We'll have to see. Oh, you're saying yes. So there's actual glasses there. Okay. Okay, cool. I'll go see if I can find those. I had those last time, so I'll pull that.
Yeah,
up
we
again.
looked at them last time. I didn't see glasses. I wasn't looking at them, I guess.
Yeah.
Carefully enough.
Morning. That's when police said in a 45-minute period, a doorbell camera was disconnected. A possible intruder was detected inside, and Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnected from her phone.
A kidnapper so thorough that they knew to disconnect Nancy's pacemaker from her iPhone app, yet so sloppy that they forgot to leave instructions on how to get paid. It's possible, but I doubt it. As I said in my last video, the far simpler explanation is that we're dealing with an insider, someone who knows Nancy intimately, her medical devices, her cameras, but doesn't know the first thing about collecting a ransom. Or maybe they just don't care about the ransom at all. Maybe they stand to gain some other way, like through an inheritance, or it's just a diversion to cover up some other crime like murder or manslaughter. On that note, listen closely to this next bit, because this is my favorite professional opinion on this case, as long as you read between the lines. I'll explain next.
Now let's bring in ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, thank you for being with us this morning. It's been a week since Nancy was taken. We have that Monday deadline, the new message overnight from the Guthrie family. What does the timing indicate? And with it going into a week, is it likely that this is about money?
I think it is about money. And I also think that the release of the short message by the Guthrie family was very strategic. My guess is they had hostage negotiators working with them as far as wording, using like celebrate instead of surrender, or taking away from it like she's being held, which obviously she is if she's alive, hopefully. But it also tells the bad guys that we are serious about this, and maybe most importantly for the bad guys, that we're going to pay. And so we'll see. I think it sort of ratchets up what may happen on Monday one way or the other.
And as Aaron reported, Brad, we saw that this was a really pointed message there. Savannah Guthrie addressed the suspected kidnapper or kidnappers directly in that social media video. So what does that tell you?
Well, that tells you that, first of all, that the bad guys need direct connection to Savannah, because presumably she is the one that would ultimately come up with the money if they decide to pay.
To return our mother.
And Brad, you mentioned the possible vehicle of interest that could have been investigated. Where could the investigation be going from here?
So I will tell you that vehicle spots and even people spots, many of them don't amount to much. Maybe this will. I think they're really just banking on that a car showed up during the time frame that Aaron talked about, and that, is it related? Is it not related? My guess is they would have resolved that car one way or the other by now.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I like his opinion because I think he's implying carefully that this was an inside job. After all, he said if this is about money, Savannah Guthrie is the mark, and obviously that makes sense. Whether it's a stranger kidnapping or an inside job, she's probably the only person in that family who could actually afford to pay a real ransom amount. I also like how he dismissed that mystery car that was seen at a Circle K. I haven't followed that thread at all because I think it's irrelevant. After all, if this was an inside job, like I think it is, the perpetrator's car was likely caught on camera, whether it was a Ring doorbell or a flock camera, you name it, but it was just ignored because the police weren't treating this as an inside job, at least until now. As we just saw in this update, investigators are searching Annie Guthrie, the sister's home. And if the posts on X are to be believed, this isn't just a simple walkthrough. They're using luminol. That's what you use when you're looking for blood. Now that the investigation has turned inward into the family in the inner circle, I think we're about to get a major break in this case within the next few hours. So make sure to hit subscribe.
All right, so that's Deception Detective. Always great to listen to.
I think one thing though he's incorrect about is that they were smart enough to disconnect her pacemaker. It doesn't disconnect. It's just a distance thing. Once it can't Bluetooth in to the device, then it can no longer work. So they didn't disconnect it. They just separated her device from her.
Yes, because I actually spent some time researching that if you had to and you're right, it's the disconnecting means she was just too far away for it to pick her up. Depending on the kind of pacemaker then I kind of went down the pacemaker rabbit hole. Most pacemakers you can't track, but there are some where that have can ping off cell towers and such. Some more modern type are like that, where you could sort of triangulate certain people if they have the right kind of pacemaker. But
Gotcha.
Yes, he got that wrong about disconnecting. He just looks like he made an assumption there, thinking that someone had to physically.
Well, and that's something we have to think, we were saying maybe she didn't even go home that night. Maybe something happened to her prior. Well, it didn't disconnect from her phone until that 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. time slot. That's when it disconnected. So she was with her phone until that point, whether she was home or not. But the phone should indicate whether she was home, because they should be able to do phone forensics and determine when she went to Annie's, when she came home. None of that information's been released, so we don't really know. And I'm sure their cell phones have all been looked at, especially if the brother-in-law is a suspect. They're going to want his cell phone, and they're going to want to see if what he's saying is true about where he was, what he was doing.
Oh,
so
definitely.
Yeah. And you wanted to show that other video.
Yes, I'm gonna. Thanks for remembering. Let me find which number that is. I think.
Oh, wow. And Joe said, my father-in-law had a pacemaker that his doctor could track his location. And that would have been an awesome thing if she had that.
I was talking to someone a couple of days ago about this, and they said, "Oh no, you can track them, but they're not
That's
all. Apparently,
yeah.
not all of them." But
And Nicey Marie had a question. She said, question, Annie went to house to check why not going to church an hour before calling 911. Come on, she had to see the blood on the porch. Cleanup or stalling to call. Annie had to see something, in my opinion. Well, there's a lot of discrepancy in that timeline. Like I said, they pointed out the sheriff had a lot of the timeline stuff all messed up about the reporting, when the family got there, how long it was till they reported it. That's been multiple different timelines given in interviews with the sheriff. So I'm not quite sure we're even clear as to what happened and how long they had prior to that. And also, it was reported that the back door was wide open. That was something that was initially reported. Whether that actually was true or not, I don't know that it's been verified, but that did come out with the news reports initially.
yes, and I don't think he will verify that one way or the other. I think that was one of those. Also about like whether it's forced entry, he won't confirm that either. That's one of those. I don't know where that came from. You know, just doesn't
Romy
mean.
too said she had a spike around 147 mark. I had not heard that. Where did you get that info on the spike of her pacemaker? I'm curious to find out.
I haven't heard that one.
I hadn't either, but Romy too said it, so I'd like to hear where she got it.
That'd
Hello,
be
Ancient Hands.
that'd be right before the doorbell camera, right? 148's the doorbell or the
Oh,
ring camera,
wow.
whatever she had.
Yeah. Smoocher, thank you so much. She said, I love this channel's lack of arguments, drama, and bizarre conspiracy theories. Is that normal here? People here seem grounded in reality. It's nice to see. Well, that's kind of what we try to do. I mean, we're out of the box thinkers, but we try really hard to stay grounded in evidence. Wouldn't you say so, Mr. E?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm always open to a conspiracy theory, but it's got to be grounded in some kind of fact behind it. Because people have pointed out, she's a celebrity. She's got political ties. She could have a variety of enemies out there in the world.
I mean, and the
she could
people
have done a
mentioned
story someone didn't like. We really don't know.
Well, I mean, and she, I mean, if you look back, she did some interviews with some of the Epstein women, the people that were supposedly trafficked through him. She did some of those kind of interviews. Her husband worked for the Clintons at one time. There's some political ties that you can't overlook as to what people's motivation might have been to do this. So try to be grounded in reality, but also be open to outside the box thinking.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something pointing you toward why that, yeah, I mean, I'm not completely closed off just because something's not impossible, unlikely. It's like I mean, because sometimes the unlikely happens, I suppose. I mean,
and
I
thank
mean, look
you,
at
Brian.
Yes.
For the gifted membership. Thank you. If you received a gifted membership from Brian Rambles, please let him know that you are appreciative. Thank you.
So Nothing is New says it's got to be someone local who thought it would be easy money, then it went horribly wrong.
It could be.
I think that is possible.
Nothing is New
but-
also said, what's the focus on the septic tank?
Yeah, I've got that video too.
What was the other video you were going to do?
Well, I'll do this one first. I've got it all got a lot. Got like a million tabs open today. So I'll do this one first. This was the topic you were about to bring up about the family cooperating. And this is reporting from Matt Thibodeau, who is on YouTube and TikTok. And just thought it was interesting. I'll just let it speak for itself and then we'll kind of talk about it here. Oh, I got to hit mute, I guess. All right.
When it comes to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, we are finding out that authorities did not actually need to obtain a search warrant when it comes to that search that was conducted a couple of days ago at Annie Guthrie and Tommaso's residence, about 10 minutes away from Nancy Guthrie's home. It is being reported that the search was consensual, that the couple allowed authorities to go inside to take photos, to do luminol testing, to take evidence if they need to in order to help progress this case further along. According to sources, Annie Guthrie and Tommaso have both been extremely cooperative throughout this entire process and have not been withholding information, nor have they been hesitant to allow authorities inside of their residence, which is where Nancy was just hours before she disappeared. Naturally, people are going to be divided when it comes to that. Some people are going to think that they are appearing cooperative so that it doesn't look suspicious on them. Some people are going to think that they're appearing cooperative because they actually have nothing to hide. According to people in the area right now, there hasn't been too much activity at Nancy's residence. There was a pipe break or something where there was water shooting up from the property.
Okay, I just want to talk about the cooperative thing. So that's what some people are reporting. I don't know who Matt's sources are.
I've heard that from more than one place, that they were being cooperative.
Yeah, and I've followed Matt for a while. I've never known him to do like the fake source thing or anything like that. He's been good. So I believe he's talked to someone that's told him that. But just because they're cooperative doesn't mean that they didn't have a warrant. They likely would. So I kind of spent some time on, after kind of hearing this story, I spent some time just going through the chances that they came there to search their property without a warrant would be very low. So you could have a situation where the sheriffs come up and an investigator, whoever, and says, we'd like to take a look in the garage and we'd like to look at your laptop or whatever. And you just say, yeah, come on in. And they don't have to have a warrant necessarily. They could come in, look at whatever they need, take whatever pictures they want. They can even do luminol under certain circumstances. So that all of that could be done without a warrant. The problem that they could get into, though, is if they gathered, say, evidence off a laptop and later the family said, oh, we didn't give consent for that search. Then it becomes an issue in court, whether or not this was legally retrieved evidence or not. So chances are very low that in a case this high profile and this important to the county, that they wouldn't get that warrant first before they went to the house. And maybe when they got there, they said, sure, come on in, even though they may not have really had a choice. Does that make sense? So
Absolutely.
I would put that in the extremely unlikely range that they just welcomed them in without a warrant and got whatever they needed, especially since it took several days to get there. They probably were waiting on the warrant from the judge. And then that begs the question, what did they give the judge to be able to go to their property and seize things? Because they do walk out with stuff and they take pictures in the garage, and they spend about 3 hours there.
Yeah, we do know that they have hired private security for both homes. And they're posted there 24/7 as of right now. So, I mean, they are being, flexible as far as that goes, but there's been people out there like crazy. So they're trying to, just because they've got security does not mean that they're trying to hide something either.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they just, out of their own safety.
Yes.
I think that's reasonable, especially, there's $6 million ransoms and you've already had a family member disappear.
Well, and they've even had some of their people that live on the cul-de-sac up the hill from her called because the media was out in the streets, and they called because they said they were trespassing because there were people walking through back areas and things like that. So, they rightly got security for their properties because it's like a free-for-all out there if you watch any of it for any length of time.
There's hundreds of people out there on the streets. Sammy G has questions. Good to see you again. Banfield said, so are you saying she was carried over the threshold of the front door? Sheriff said, I didn't say front door, and you aren't staying in a property for almost 3 hours without probable cause. Okay, so she's kind of got 2 points there. So he says, I didn't say front door.
Well, and see, like I said, the sheriff's given a lot of information that was not very clear, and his timelines have not been very clear. So I really am taking less and less stock in what he has said so far and what it means.
Yeah.
Banfield reported that the back door was standing open. There is blood at the front door. We don't know that that's the way she was taken out, other than there was evidence there to indicate she was injured.
I listened to a little bit of Pat Brown about that blood at the front door. And by the way, I have not forgotten about the glasses. I was in between videos. I've been trying to search and find a good picture. I haven't found a good clear one of the space between the doormat and the pot yet, but the one I found was too blurry. But I'll keep looking for that. The blood at the front door. So what Pat Brown, who's a criminal profiler, and she's got her own YouTube channel. She's always interesting to listen to her thoughts. She was talking about how the blood, how it's coming straight down, because if you were in movement, it would look kind of almost more like a raindrop or something, but it's like perfect circles.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever Nancy, or the source of the blood, was there at that front stoop, she was not moving. She was still. So, which to me, that means either she was standing at that door being escorted out with some kind of injury. Whatever that blood was happening didn't appear to be major.
No.
A cut arm, or like I think you said, maybe a nosebleed. It kind of had that look, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be that she was being carried out either unconscious or deceased too. Like maybe they had stopped there holding her for a moment to close the door, open the door, or wait for an accomplice, something. They might have just hesitated there a bit too before moving
And I will
on.
tell you, dead weight is a difficult thing to manage. If you ever had to, your kids, even when they're, toddlers, 3-4 years old, when they're dead asleep and you're trying to carry them and you think they're only 40 pounds or so. I mean, it is hard. So you can imagine a full grown adult who, with mobility issues or an unconscious, trying to manage them to get them out of the door, even if it's 1 or 2 people. Very unlikely that it was just one person if they were unconscious, because I don't know how that would be very difficult to do.
Yeah. I think she's 150 pounds is what her poster said. So, I mean, you can imagine, not an easy task for anyone to someone carrying, unconscious at all and not assisting would be pretty tough to carry out that front door like that.
And Mrs. E said earlier back, she said, wouldn't they have had to have a warrant to impound the car? And they would. They couldn't just take the car without a warrant.
Nancy's car.
But either car.
Well, I was looking this up. So I know there was some reporting that their car was impounded, but I couldn't confirm that today. So if his car or Annie's car was impounded, it's a rumor as far as I can tell. I couldn't find
it was reported by the police. It was not the police. It was reported by the media the first day that when it all happened. It was one of the first days that they were doing the investigation. It was taken that day.
Okay.
It was all over the news.
I couldn't find. I found Nancy's car was taken in, the one that was in her own property.
That was later. That was after.
Okay.
That was about 2 days later.
Maybe so. I just couldn't locate it. And this might be kind of like the front door forced entry, smashed cameras and floodlight stuff where it happened, but they won't confirm it now or something.
Right. And I think there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation at the beginning, just because there were so many media reporting so many different things.
Well, I know one of the very first details I heard was that there was an hour between when they found out, or they went to Nancy's home and then called 911, which, when we heard that, I was like, well, why would you wait an hour going to your mother's home before you called 911? And now since then, they've given us the timeline that it was actually just 7 minutes in between getting to her house and calling 911.
Right.
Well, that's completely different.
That was all miscommunicated.
Yeah. So that's, there's mistakes that happen, sometimes innocent, kind of like her attending church. Most of us just visualize somebody actually going to church and not online. And, sometimes there's just misunderstandings. I'm going to play the rest of Matt here. I can't remember what the rest of this video he gets into, but I remember wanting to just play the whole thing.
But authorities are saying that that's unrelated to their investigation into Nancy's disappearance. Annie Guthrie and Tommaso's residence also quiet today. A security guard was hired by the Guthrie family and is currently parked in the front of Annie and Tommaso's residence. Apparently, that person is only sitting out there to prevent media and people from the public from going on the property. They were instructed to allow law enforcement on the property and inside if they requested. Just like the other day when authorities went onto the property and inside with no issue. FBI Director Kash Patel is in Tucson, Arizona today, so we'll see what happens as the day continues on. Of course, as more information comes out, you'll be able to find it all here on my page, so make sure you're following me. Fingers crossed that today is the day that more answers come about. Remember, part of the ransom request was that today is another deadline for the money to be produced in Bitcoin for Nancy to be returned home.
So that is Matt Thibodeau, who does a lot of this kind of short 3-minute, 2-minute reports on variety of true crime. If you're
Yeah, I
interested
really
in,
like his reporting technique.
he covers a lot of stories. I mean, it's
He
like
does.
I don't know how
Really
he does
does.
it. Just as
Now, do
one
you have?
guy.
I know, and it's like he's got a story on almost everything, and it's always really accurate. Did you say you had some information on the what they were doing with the water tank or sewer tank, and
Yes.
the video of that? I don't think it was determined, and several people were asking earlier what kind of tank was it. We don't know if it was a sewer. The area they checked into it, they do have cisterns there, which is where they get fresh water pumped in for their system, and they have their own tank in what do you call it? They don't have any kind of public sewer system, so they have their own tanks there. But they said this one looked similar to a water tank, not necessarily a septic tank.
Well, there might be folks in the chat that have had septic tank. I've never lived anywhere that had their own like that. So
I have.
Well, I'm going to play the video. You might be able to tell by looking at it here. This was like a drone shot somebody had.
It looks larger to me.
Than a septic tank?
Yes, it looks larger than a septic tank hole. That looks septic tank hole. Ours is about. It was about maybe not even 3 feet wide. That one looks bigger. That looks quite a bit bigger, but I'm just guessing.
This is not very long. I'm just going to play this to show what these guys were doing.
A week after Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing, Pima County Sheriff's deputies and their investigators were back out at Nancy's home, this time searching in the area behind her home. We saw investigators take a long pole and appear to search what may have been a septic tank. Investigators staying at the property for a little less than an hour searching, but eventually leaving empty-handed. Pima County Sheriff's Department says they will continue to search multiple locations until they find an answer. Exactly.
Yeah, so that's interesting. It makes so you wonder, is that them just doing their due diligence, or was there a reason that they were led to that specifically on a tip, or something like that? What would make them think she might possibly be in whether it's a water or septic tank or whatnot? Okay, so Real Me Too says they believe it was a water tank. Casey says my septic looks like that. Suanna says theirs is not that big.
And Marlena, I saw your thing. I'm looking for it. I'm in our Discord and I don't see it. Let me see. I'm not seeing it. Which one was it under?
Real Me Too. Why wasn't the ransom left at the home of this, where if it were a planned kidnapping? Right. What are you looking for, Auntie?
Marlena said she sent an interesting link in Discord in the mod room, and I don't think I can get to the mod room. I lost my I don't see the mod room in here because I'm only in the
Oh, we've got a new video from Savannah. I'm sure we're going to want to see this.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this is from Savannah Guthrie's Instagram. I haven't heard this yet myself, so this will be new to all of us.
You don't have it pulled up yet.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Sorry.
And Marlena, yeah.
I was just having my own private viewing there of the...
If you put it in the dog chat, please.
All right, we'll start over. This is a... Okay, we're
Makeup
back,
on
right?
today.
Yeah, she still looks emotionally beat up, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation and we need your help.
Do you want to play that one more time?
How long ago was this? Was this just today?
I think, I mean, this looks
In the
pretty
last
recent.
little bit?
Yeah. I mean, this particular account, it was seconds ago. I don't know when it first came out. I have the X feed up, just kind of refreshing. Everybody's posted this in the last 5 minutes, so I think that's fairly recent.
Okay. I'm going to get caught up and see if I can find anything else out too.
I might, I'll play this one more time.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation and we need your help.
So,
That's
we
we are in an hour of desperation.
Yeah. We were doing that Deception Detective 7 checklist, and then where we're like, well, there hasn't really been a call to action.
That was a call
And
to action.
she does the call to action today. So
Very
that,
clearly.
and that was the whole point, really, of that.
Right.
I know everybody's got their own opinions, of course. To me, that feels completely authentic and real. So
One thing that I have seen them discuss is about the abductors. If they do give them this money through the crypto wallet, they can trace that and where that money goes. Now, how easy it's going to be to catch them, I don't know, but they can trace where it goes. And the wallet that they have is public. It's a public wallet. You can look in it and see if the money's been put in there, and it has a number, just like an account number, and they'll be able to trace where it goes. But it's going to be telling by 5 o'clock if that happens.
You try to put yourself in somebody's shoes like her, and I know we kind of become really interested in the details of the case itself and what happened and that part of it. But just to be one of these siblings or grandchildren or whatever, you've got your grandmother at her house. She's 84 years old. And one day she's just gone, and there's some of her blood on the front porch. Is a nightmare to think. And you don't know if she was, you don't know if she's being hurt. You don't know if she suffered. You don't know if she's still with you. She's got heart issues and on blood thinners and a variety of other things, but she was at least hurt enough to bleed. And and it's your mom, and you're like, why would anybody do this? 84, hard to imagine she has any enemies that out there in the world that would justify something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. There's people speculated, oh, well, she was slated to be at the Olympics, and that maybe it was somebody that was jealous. And I mean, I can't imagine somebody that was jealous of her being assigned to go to the Olympics that would go as far as to kidnap someone, just because they were jealous. But you just don't know what people might be capable of. But wow. Rosebud, I agree. Rosebud said, if this ransom is real, why not show proof of life?
Yeah, she's not. And in this video, she's not talking about the ransom or any of that at all.
No.
It makes you wonder if she's out on the thinking that the ransom's even real, or if it's not a hoax. Maybe they
Bob said, why don't pacemakers have a tracker on them? Heck, I will start a new business, pacemakers with trackers, like dog chips. I mean, it does make sense. It does make sense. But then you also worry about, how often does something like this happen where someone is kidnapped or disappears with a pacemaker that you would track them, so it's some people really relish their privacy and they don't want people to know where they are every step of every day. But at the same time, that kind of thing would be so valuable right now, if they could locate her.
It'd be like a feature, especially if you had a.
Mrs. E said, I can't imagine the torture they're going through. I can't either.
I mean, you just think of your own mother or father or something and having them disappear this way. If your parent makes it to 84 years old, you're just hoping they enjoy the last few years of their life and peace and visiting the grandkids as long as you get to have them. And then, but to have it just wildly snatched away like this it's just hard to imagine what that would be. I'm putting this back up here because this is the flyer. And if you haven't heard this, they are doing a big FBI is doing a billboard campaign. I'm going to read this from crone.com. Their billboard program, which was launched in 2007, has led to the direct capture of 57 fugitives, according to a prior FBI release. The Bureau has access to at least 7,300 billboards across 46 states. Authorities have offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to her recovery or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance, which is pretty big by FBI standards.
That's something that it's surprising though to me, with the means that they have and Savannah working for a news station, why other entities have not put up, just like with Sebastian, people were putting in money right and left for the reward. And why are there not some big names out there putting money up for a reward for information that leads to her being found?
I don't know. I haven't heard if anyone has done that. I haven't heard.
I haven't heard anybody has.
I guess it's possible someone has, but I haven't caught it in the news anyway.
I'm just surprised that we haven't seen $1 million reward. I mean, it sounds like to me that would have been something that should have been put out there, because someone might say, hey, if I can get this, I'd rather take the reward than to have knowledge and not do something. I don't know. H.M. Hands says, if my mom went missing, she'd be found by now. Just saying. You're probably right.
What was the comment again?
H.M. Hands says, if my mom went missing, she'd be found by now. Just saying.
I mean, there's a lot of us that feel like, man, you messing with my parent.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing with this, I mean, she can't ask for more media coverage. I mean, it is all over the place. Everybody's talking about this.
Rosebud has a very interesting take. She said, Mr. E, my husband thinks a vagrant broke in. She ran out the front. She ran out the front. He unalived her, took her to not leave DNA. And this whole ransom is someone scamming the family, taking advantage of the ordeal. Stranger things have happened.
I've thought about it being a break-in of some kind, not with her being a specific target. I think that's a possibility. They'd have to know. I don't guess they would have to know, would they? I mean, but they damaged. They took the camera with them. They weren't caught anywhere else, weren't seen. I mean, I guess you can't rule that out.
I mean, stranger things have happened. That's for sure. Cindy has a different perspective. She says, I kind of think there's an element of anger in this. Not sure who the anger might be directed toward.
Yeah, and we don't know. They indicate in the press conferences that there is a crime scene inside and something inside that led them to believe that she was not just missing, but taken. Mm-hmm. We just don't know what that is. So we don't know if it's like there was some DNA, there was some pictures knocked over. We don't know what that was.
Or if it looked like a struggle. Marlena also had, and I know if you saw that, but a few year or so ago, she sent me the link. I had seen about it where Savannah had come back to her hometown and they had done a Today show about being from Tucson, or mom living in Tucson, all this stuff, and gave a lot of personal information that would have given someone a good amount of background to start working on something like this. And she said, I'm very disturbed about that Homecoming Today show. Very dangerous to be putting personal info out there. And I think that's very true. I think you have to be careful if you're in the public eye, putting information out about your family. Well,
sure. I think I've got a clip of that because I hadn't seen that. But this is from Clutch Them Pearls. So I was going to play this at some point. This is probably the segment she's talking about.
Perfect place to catch up with mine. Yes. My mom, Nancy, and sister, Annie. I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here? 103 years. Carlota Flores has run. Cheers. Cheers. I love you. Don't drink the whole thing. Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you've been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home. Yes. Seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly Pear margarita. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert. teacup, and the tequila they would hide in it for Prohibition. And as my mother said, it's quite smooth, and she put in an order for the tequila. So, oh wow, shall we just do a little tiny sip? For Nancy.
That was so fun to see your connection to Tucson.
Oh.
That was probably the segment, right?
Yes,
that
it was.
one?
I think each one of them was doing a segment about their hometown or where they were from, and it was called Homecoming. And
Okay.
that was her little excerpt from there. But it told her name and where she lived. Enough information for someone with, any level of intelligence to start looking up and finding out where she might be from.
Yeah, and that was
just a few months ago.
So, I mean, you never know. Somebody could have watched that, go, "Oh, I know that lady. She lives down the street," or "I've seen her at the grocery store," or whatever, and then that got the wheels turning. Maybe it could be. It's like we talked about last time. The celebrities often have security, but the sisters and family members and their children, they don't necessarily have the same level of heightened security that the celebrity themselves have. So
and
I bet,
that was our chat's been talking a lot about, could it be that the sister was somewhat resentful that Savannah, lives away, and that she supposedly, this is in the rumors, that they moved there in the last little bit when they bought their home so that they could be closer to her to help care for her. It says Lori put they just moved in last year closer to her. Financials will be the first thing you would look at. Teacher and poet hope someone gave them some assistance with millions of dollars from their from the other family. But I mean, they bought a $600,000, I think, house, and they didn't have the kind of jobs that would be bringing that amount of money. But I don't know what kind of money the family had,
So that was another rabbit hole I decided to go down, was poets and see. And poets, just as poets, basically don't make any money. Because nobody, it's very hard to make money with poetry. People, I was an English major in college, and I remember a professor giving us a statistic once that there are more published poets than there are people that actually purchase books of poetry.
Oh my gosh.
He says, like, wow, okay. If anybody ever thought about becoming a professional poet, forget about it. When the profession outnumbers the customer base, then probably not a stable career field,
Right.
But they do, where they make their money is teaching. They can often get grants and things of that nature. So they can make a decent living. It's just a very wide range depending on the poet, but usually being a poet is a part of what they do in conjunction with teaching and grants and working at magazines and things of that nature,
MAB said, I posted porch picture on your Facebook Live under comment.
Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't find a clear one in between these videos.
Let me see if I can find it.
I'll pull that up real quick. Or if you get it first, that's okay too.
I don't know if I know where our Facebook group is. I never look at it on Facebook. I always look at it on YouTube. Here it is. I'm not even in the group, if that tells you anything.
You're not even a member? Oh, okay, great. I see it here. Let me perfect. All right. So let me thank you for, let me see who did this. MAB 3739. Thanks for doing that for me. Appreciate you. I'll pull that up.
Yeah, I never
If you recall earlier,
I don't even know how to do the Facebook.
Someone had mentioned that there are glasses. Oh, yeah, I see it right here. Right beside that pot, just to the left of the pot, at the kind of near where the grout is on that second.
Oh, I see them.
Pile. Yeah, I thought that was some of that flowers. or whatever that is kind of laying. I thought it was little twigs or whatever, but that's clearly some type of reading glasses, isn't it?
Wait, show me again on what square?
Just to the left of the pot is the second tile down, and it's closer to the upper part of that grout.
I don't think it looks like glasses.
You don't think so?
No, I think it just looks like a big scratch.
Okay.
That long thing on the tile? Kind of
Yeah.
coming from the corner of the tile down? I don't think so.
Okay, let me try this picture. Okay, yeah, I think the other one's better.
I don't see that it looks like glasses.
I can't zoom in any further.
No, it doesn't look like glasses to me. It just looks like a big, like rock or something. I mean, it is long like glasses.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look. I can't. That's as far as that'll let me zoom. Let's see what the chat thinks. Do you guys think those are glasses?
I don't think it looks like glasses.
Okay.
Put your
Detective Mom says she sees it.
Put your little arrow. Can you move your arrow on to where you think the glasses are?
So when I put the arrow on there, you guys can see that like this.
Yes. Yeah, that does to me that looks like a big scratch. Like rock or something. It does not look like glasses.
Like that looks like a possible frame there. And then that's the
I mean,
top part of the glasses. It may
no.
not be.
I don't think it is, because where's the other part? Even if that one part that's further down is I mean, no, I don't think it looks like glasses. I mean, you look at other parts of it that look, I mean, it's got like greenery and stuff. I don't know that maybe it looks better in another. I see where it's at, but I don't think it there. And somebody said there are some close-up shots online. That may be what I need to see in order to see it better.
And when you saw let's see who said that. Okay, Lori says there are some close-up shots online. Lori, when you said there were close-up shots online, were you able to see the glasses? Okay, Rosebud sees glasses. Texas Plain Janes doesn't. Well, that's hard. Well, here's the thing though. When was
Let me see if I can find it somewhere.
do we know when these pictures were taken? Like who took these? Because I don't know I don't know where these originally came from. Because if this was a day or two afterward, you'd think those glasses would have already been picked up.
They would have taken them in evidence.
Right. Unless they overlooked it, which would be wild. They didn't see it. Oh, Brian Enton. Okay. Polly says that Brian Enton's the one that took those pictures.
Yeah, he
Brian
was able to
Enton's
walk right up.
Okay.
And that was after they had okay, here's one.
So that would have been a few days after, because Brian wouldn't have been there day one.
Okay, I have a really clear picture. Oh, yeah, you can see them. No, I don't think that's glasses.
Can you share it?
It's the same picture.
Okay.
Hang on.
Well, if you're joining us a little late, the reason we were looking at this is because someone in our chat had said they called their sheriff's office there, and she asked about the glasses in the picture. It asked if it was glasses, and they confirmed to her that it was. Suanna says they are female glasses. I wear the same style. Polly thinks this was day 2. Is it possible they missed them? If that is actually glasses there?
It doesn't look like glasses to me in the pictures I'm looking at. I found one of the blood close up that's very clear. I wish they had one that clear of the. I'm still looking.
I can already tell you Mrs. E will say there's no glasses. Without even talking to her. She'll say it's twigs. I'm not sure, but I can see what people are saying.
Where somebody would think it looks like glasses, but I'm not seeing. If I can see the top part, I can see one eye, but I can't see the other at all.
Could have been broken though. Man, though, that would be a big miss by law enforcement if that were actually glasses there. That'd be pretty bad.
That's not glasses.
So Sophie's saying there's been no mention of glasses.
I'm looking at the video right now, and this video is not glasses.
Okay.
It's more flowers.
Okay.
It's more like green flowers that are dead. That is kind of in that shape. Let me see if I can send that to myself, and I'll show you and see what you guys think. See if it looks like that to you.
Are you pulling it up on our screen?
I'm putting it on. I'm texting it to myself so I can pull it up. Hang on just a second.
I can't remember who it was. I can't remember who mentioned this. Oh, Sammy says that's not glasses on the tile, but is that glasses in the rocks?
Okay, here's a video. I think this is it.
Glasses in the rocks might be easier to overlook. But I think the lady that came in here was saying that she thought it was on the tile.
See if I can.
Okay, GTO guy is saying he shared. Thank you for doing that. So I'll go back here to.
If I can get it to pull up. Okay. See if I can get it bigger. And all right. Okay. I'm going to see. All right. I can share it now. Hang on. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, we're kind of sorting through.
That's all right. Share screen. Share screen.
Okay, Lori meant to saying flowers and twigs. Suanna saying right in front of the pot.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put it up bigger. All right. This is the video. Can you see it?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, let me get the comment down so that we can watch.
Let me get this out. Hang on.
So broken glass from a green flower vase.
Okay. I want to go back just so you can see where right there. See it?
Yeah.
That is not glasses. That is part of the flower that's kind of shaped long like glasses. You can see it really good there. That is not a pair of glasses. If that's what we're talking about, because that is definitely not glasses. See that?
I agree. I agree. That looks like the flowers from
That's
there.
just more of the flowers.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So that was the video that Brian Enton did, and it showed where the camera was taken off.
Good. Oh, that's good. I hadn't seen this video.
Yeah, it shows where the camera was taken off, the front door. You can see again right around where the blood was, right there. I'm going to go back again just a tad so you can see that was
Has anyone
definitely
said where
see,
this?
That's definitely not.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's glasses either. No, not from that angle.
Okay, I'm going to take that down.
But what is so they're saying broken glass from a green flower vase, right?
It says, can you go back to the rocks by the park? Hang on just a second. Let me see if by the park. Can you go back to the rocks by the park? Hang on. I will play it again. And that's just showing that camera again. saying broken glass from a green flower vase. Okay, I don't see broken glass.
I don't either.
I see greenery. I see greenery. I don't see broken glass from a vase.
I don't either.
And there's where the camera was taken off.
Auntie's picture is probably frozen because she's also streaming a video through her phone at the same time, I'm guessing.
No.
You're
Can you not see it?
No, I can see the video that you're playing. You personally are frozen now.
Okay, let me see.
And Sammy meant pot.
Oh, okay, pot. Okay, let me go back to the pot. Hang on. I'll try to stop it.
Yeah. I think most of us looking at that angle think that is twigs there.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything else in this that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and if you look over in the pot area, I don't see anything there either.
Mm-mm.
There.
We don't know that. So where did these flowers come from? Do we know that? Like,
I don't know.
Was it already outside, or
Well, there could have been a hanging flower arrangement. I'm gonna remove that now. Okay.
Yeah.
But there could have been an outside flower arrangement. It said that this person said it looked like she had dropped a flower vase, started to clean it up, and cut her finger. That has nothing. I don't believe that is what is in that picture. I don't see anything like that in that picture.
Or they're saying maybe there's the explanation for the blood is outside of her disappearance.
Right.
I'd have a hard time believing that, but I guess it's possible. But that's a lot of. I mean, if you didn't have her disappear also at the same time.
Yes.
But I think that's too big a coincidence. Maybe not mathematically impossible, but that's a pretty big coincidence.
Well, you've got blood, you've got a disabled camera system, and the pacemaker losing contact. Those are three big things that all happened that make it seem very unlikely that it was not an abduction.
All right, Auntie, I'm going to go to. So maybe there's something else about glasses later, but I don't see it at this point.
That's not glasses.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to this part. Someone was asking about this a little earlier about the camera, and I think this is kind of weird too, actually. So this article is from The Guardian, which I think. Let me make sure this is about. Yeah, I think this covers this. But authorities in Arizona searching for the 84-year-old mother of the Today Show presenter Savannah Guthrie said on Monday they were treating the missing woman's home as a crime scene. Oh, no, that's not about this. Yeah, something else. But I've got the pictures. So I have to think of which article I had on that. Well, regardless, there was a detail about a neighbor called in a tip about a camera up on the roof, and they went back and got that camera.
Which was weird.
I mean, how strange.
How did they not see that?
I don't know.
It just makes me wonder if this was it was really bungled up and really they screwed up on the get-go of it. I mean, how could you not see that?
I don't know. That's just really hard to understand. So this is just some pictures of them searching the property, but that roof up there. So hopefully that got something, but of course we don't know where it was pointed or anything like that at all.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see from this angle the garage door there. And then so where's her entry to her home is on the top left. Would that be right? That little walk where the blood was?
Yes.
The top left there where that top black van.
Yes. That's the front door.
And it looks like she's got a little guest house or something over to the right.
Some kind of little building. You can't really in that picture see her pool either. I know I saw a pool,
Yeah.
a really nice pool behind her house, but at this angle you can't see it. It must be on down.
So we don't know where that camera was pointed. A lot of options, but why would so one thing somebody mentioned earlier is how could they have missed the blood on the front porch? But if the family, and we don't know what their habit was, but if the family came over, typically would go through the garage, they might have just missed the front porch altogether. And that could be possible, right?
Yeah, it says it was mounted onto a building on Nancy Guthrie's property. Okay, so maybe it wasn't on the house itself; it was on that little side building.
Yeah, like a pool house or or guest house or whatever that is over there. Looks like it's got a little sliding door. I bet that's a guest house of some kind or a pool or something like that, or I don't know. Well, then that may not be helpful, that camera. Unless they actually came through the back door. If they went through that little space in between the two buildings.
What are you doing?
Hey, buddy. I'm doing a show.
What are you doing after your show?
We'll have dinner.
What time?
You want to eat at like 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a good day?
Are you done with your show?
Not yet. I will be a little later.
Detective Mom says, I don't think they missed the blood on the front porch. They just didn't clean it up before reopening the scene. Another reason why it never should have been given back to the family. Absolutely. They just really bungled that up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Deb Smith said it wasn't a camera. It was a floodlight. There were 4 of them. 2 were smashed. They came and took the other 2. Smashed, not just damaged. So they weren't cameras. They were floodlights, she said. It wasn't a camera that they took. It was a floodlight. I don't know why I thought it was a camera.
I think we've heard it reported both ways. We've heard it reported as cameras being smashed and then heard it as floodlights. Thank you, dreaming. Yes, Detective Mom. He had school today. He is in a good mood. The week and a half of snow days was brutal for him.
Oh, yes.
Even though he generally doesn't want to go to school, the disruption in his routine was tough. Okay, so if it was floodlights.
And Deb said, looking at that picture, the house on the left is the pool house. Yes, that little area, I guess. But it's not very close to the pool. I don't even see the pool in that picture.
I think it's on the top right.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Is a little entrance to the pool, I think.
Yeah.
I'll scroll back through and see if these other pictures. There's only 4 in this. So there's again. Okay, well that's a view of that building to the right we saw with the sliding door, little backyard, and I think the pool's off camera to the top.
I am just not a fan of the architecture in Arizona. It looks like you're in a hospital buildings, the way that they're, with the flat roofs.
I wonder if this is them finding the camera.
I don't know. You can see it still on the building right there.
Oh, yeah. Right here?
Yeah. See it right? Yeah. That's it right there. I can't tell if it is a camera. It does look, I think it could be either one, but.
Could be a floodlight.
If it is a floodlight, that would make sense so that you've got light in the courtyard.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a bad place for a camera either. Okay. Well, so anyway, that was interesting and kind of unfortunate that they overlooked that twice, right? Because they've made this a crime scene now 3 different times, and this was the 3rd time. All right. So Detective Mom says, I guess the 3 of us won't be retiring to Arizona.
Now, I'm not a big fan. Now, I love Arizona. I've been there. And it was beautiful, but it's not, I just don't, I'm not a big fan of just the landscape architecture, plainness of it. I like dimension, and I don't know. It just wasn't that part of it. I just didn't love. And I agree, Real Me Too. She said Nancy should have been more protected than what she was. And I agree. She definitely, and yes, for sure.
No mention of, that I was just kind of checking X again to see if there's anything else coming out. Everybody's basically playing that same video that we just watched earlier. Her not mentioning the ransom at all, with how many hours to go.
Yeah, that's kind of concerning. Makes me think that maybe they've found out that it's fake or something, and now she's really feeling despair as what are we going to do now?
Right.
And I had heard something about a few weeks ago that there was someone out there, but nothing where someone was taken. But Sasha said recently they've had other attacks in the area that are similarly something where there is a decoy Amazon deliverer and then they committed a home invasion. The extortion could just separate. Could be separate. Yeah.
Yes, I saw, who did I see that? Maybe the interview room, I think, was talking about this.
Somebody asked if that was solar panels. I don't know. I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention for solar panels.
You start to zoom in and things get kind of blurry, right?
Right.
So I've got this. This one I've got pulled up here. This is talking about searching Annie's house. If you want to kind of see some images of what they were doing there and what the reporting was on the daughter, Savannah's sister, Annie, who's the last family to have seen Nancy before she disappeared.
Right.
11 with that breaking news in the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. Tonight, investigators searching the home of Savannah's sister and brother-in-law.
This comes hours after the family made a new plea for their mother's safe return. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is live now in front of the sister, Annie Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona, with the very latest. Robert?
Kathy and Jonathan, the very latest would be that those investigators left this home and the property just about an hour and a half ago. While inside, there appeared to be camera flashes coming from inside of the home as well as inside of the garage. The house, as you said, belongs to Annie Guthrie and her husband, but it has been empty for the last several days with only security guards parked outside, and they remain here tonight. Now, the purpose of their presence here this evening, the Sheriff's Department telling NBC News they are continuing to conduct follow-ups in the investigation into the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. They have been here before, and tonight, sheriff's detectives returned to the home of Savannah Guthrie's sister, Annie, and her husband. Earlier, Savannah, with her sister and brother beside her, pleading for their mother's return.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yesterday, investigators were back at Nancy Guthrie's home. Drone video showing FBI agents searching every inch of the property, disconnecting and removing a device from the roof and climbing up a ladder into dense vegetation. A vehicle believed to be Nancy's towed away. Investigators also looking for potential clues in a second note sent to the same Tucson TV station that received a ransom note through their anonymous tip line earlier this week.
I did not enjoy receiving that.
Authorities have not said what's in it, if it's connected.
I did not enjoy.
Well, I guess not, right?
I did not enjoy receiving that.
Right.
To the first note, or if either is legitimate.
There is something in there that we believe they're trying to convey.
The station's news director also sharing the latest note was not a ransom demand and did not include proof of life. We do not.
So what would it include? If the note didn't have a ransom demand or proof of life, what was the message?
I know. It doesn't make sense.
Know if Savannah is referring to this message when she speaks to a possible kidnapper.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
After Savannah posted that Instagram video, the sheriff's department telling NBC News they had no comment. Earlier, they stated they have no suspects and no persons of interest in the investigation at this time. The sheriff's department also making it clear that they would have nothing to say publicly unless there was a, and I'm quoting here, significant development. Live in Tucson, I'm Robert Kovacic. Kathy and Jonathan, let's go back to you.
Robert, thank you.
Okay. Well, are you in with us now, Mrs. E?
No.
Okay. Getting ready to join us here shortly. Lori Mint says, Amazon would have documentation and pictures of the delivery. It could have been a few days if she never exited that way or entered, which I don't think she did. At the front door. Yeah, so Smoocher says, even if the ransom note comes from the person who took Nancy, I don't think payment will get the Guthrie family any more info. I mean, that's the bottom line on the ransom. There's no guarantee. I mean, you send $6 million in Bitcoin and you still don't know anything and they just disappear. I mean, I don't know how you, I didn't look at this, but I wonder what are you good? All right. Welcome in, Mrs. E. Everyone's missed you.
No, they haven't.
Yeah. There were some comments.
Maybe one. It's probably from the real me too.
I don't know who, but I did see some
Or
earlier.
dreaming.
Rosebud says, "Oh my God, this sounds just like what they did with Sebastian's case." I know.
I know. Want to correct something. I believe the neighbor called in because she noticed how white Nancy's roof was, which meant that she probably had it painted recently. And I guess to suggest maybe check out the painters that painted her roof, and that is when they found the camera. That's my understanding.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's correct. And also, I believe they said she's had some electrical work done, and that they had done some more investigating into people that were in and out of the house in the last, 6 months. And that I believe that they also found an electrical person.
Oh, thank you guys. You didn't. I wasn't looking for compliments or missing me, but thank you. I've had a long day, so.
Any other errors on my end or misunderstandings?
Did you tell
or did
them
you have
what
any?
you did?
About what?
You forgot they wouldn't work with you.
Oh, I forgot to. Well, where was it in the truck? Okay, he didn't have his helmet for therapy, so they won't let him do anything without the helmet.
They were doing some exercises.
And I guess we switched cars, and I didn't realize the helmet had not been. It did not occur to me that the helmet had not switched because we didn't go to therapy last time he rode in the car. Right.
And DJ
I've made that
says,
mistake before.
My family just found out that my younger sister has stage 3 cancer. We are so sorry, and we'll say prayers for your sister. We are so sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, DJ.
We'll add you to our prayer list for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I hope, hopefully it is treatable and there's some good options there. We'll be praying for you. We have a few things we could do that I have not done yet. Like I said, I had a million tabs open for today. We could do some Brian Enton.
Sure.
He had a nice report that I was planning on showing.
I was looking at some stuff, and it looks like the sheriff's office is outside of her house right now, but I don't know that means anything.
They've been there all day.
Oh, have
yeah,
they? Okay.
I've been going and checking on a lot of that, and they're just kind of sitting there, I think. But there's not been
good to see all you guys.
Anything active happen yet.
I'm going to go back and
we're all wondering,
Oh yeah.
Auntie, yes, I got your info and it's done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I wanted to play a little bit of Brian and to kind of talk. This is 2 days ago, what he had seen at the, and you'll see all these cars and just how many people are around.
There has been a lot going on here today. The biggest news, I think, is the fact that there is now a second note that has arrived. And we don't know a ton about it, but the FBI has confirmed that there's a second note. The sheriff's office has confirmed that there's a second note. And KOLD TV, which is a local TV affiliate here in Tucson, confirms that they received the note. Their news director has said that it came in through like a form. Like, you know, when you go to a website and you can fill out a form, and then it emails the company or the news agency, that's the way that it came in. And this is the new information about the second note. They say the IP address is not the same IP address as the initial note, but it appears the sender used the same type of secure server to hide their IP address. The new note contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators that there's the same people who sent the first note. So different IP address as the first note, but the same secure server was used to hide their IP address. And there's something in this second note that the senders think will prove to investigators that they're the same people who sent the first note. So the FBI has confirmed that they are looking into it. And remember, ultimately, it's going to be up to Savannah Guthrie and her family how to handle these things. And the FBI has made that clear. They're the ones who decide, the Guthries, how to respond to these notes if they want to pay the ransom. Remember, the first note had 2 deadlines. The first deadline was yesterday, so Thursday at 5 p.m. And then the second deadline is Monday. And I've been trying to understand why there could be 2 deadlines, and I still don't know the answer to that. One theory that I've been thinking about and floating around with some of my FBI friends is, like, could it first deadline be for less money and the second deadline be for more money? That's a possibility. But I was over at Annie Guthrie's house earlier, and they basically said that people outside said they thought that Savannah Guthrie had actually left and Annie Guthrie had left that house and weren't there anymore, and the house was empty. So I don't know if they have found a new house where they're all staying right now, the Guthrie family. I'm not really sure. In terms of what's been happening here at Nancy Guthrie's house.
Well, I can say Daily Mail is reporting that they're at a different house, or that Savannah's at a, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too.
There was a good comment just a second ago. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just saw it. Marie said, sounds like she isn't going to pay. Maybe the FBI has discovered the Bitcoin demand is a scam. It's possible, because that video is very different.
It is different. It's almost like she's changed gears.
Yes. And
like she was hopeful that the ransom would do it, because I think she'd pony up if she thought she could get her mom back.
I think
but
so too.
That looks more like
I think that last one was a different tone altogether.
I think that was more like, okay, the ransom's a hoax. Now I need the public to look for my mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and that to me is even more indicative that it's an inside job. If it comes out tomorrow about that being a hoax and that they've been caught or it was confirmed, then the fact that she's nowhere to be found makes me think it's not for money. It was for, to hurt people or, specifically to hurt someone.
I have one of my first
Thank you,
thoughts.
Marlena.
Yeah, I was gonna real quick. I want to say this: our moderators have been awesome today. I haven't been able to be on top of it because I've been in appointments and things, and I appreciate you guys so much. And I just want to say thank you.
Like, I definitely want to put people's YouTube channels in the chat. I just don't think about it.
I know so he's very absent-minded. So when I'm not here, you guys need to help him.
But Marlena's been all over it, so I really appreciate it. So
all of our moderators are amazing, but I've seen you guys modding, like
they have been doing great,
taking out bad comments and all kinds of different stuff, because we do try to keep this opened up to where we can invite new people in and stuff.
Yeah,
and don't force people to subscribe, even though if you are new here and you haven't, we would appreciate it. It does help our channel. We're trying to get to 10,000 so we can start doing charity streams, and we're little over 400 or so away from doing that. So,
Wow.
we appreciate that. And
Well, thank you, Brian.
there was something else that came to my mind, and I wanted to talk about it. Oh, a couple of things with the ransom note.
Okay.
The USDA, or not USDA, that cattle.
The Drug and Food
I
Administration.
looked for this. I couldn't find that.
Oh, okay. I've heard it was USD on the note. I saw it reported somewhere. I can't tell you where it is right now because my mind's a little scrambled from running around all day. That was interesting. And then I had another thought.
I'll just say what you were referring to. I tried to confirm it and I could not find.
Okay, if you couldn't find it, then it's probably not real.
I couldn't find it. So I wondered if that wasn't just what she's talking about is that they asked for $6 million in USD. So when Mrs. E saw that, she was saying, well, why would you specify $6 million in US dollars if you were in this country?
Right.
That seems like the kind of thing you would say if you were
not in this country.
Italy or Venezuela or wherever, scamming someone
Well,
here. You
as
specify.
As it refers to Bitcoin, though, you could say 6 million Bitcoin, and that's a different value than 6 million US dollars of Bitcoin.
Well, that's what that's what Deb Smith had posted up here. It would cost, I don't even know what number this is about to be, 421 billion $763,970,000 US dollars to buy 6 million.
Yes.
I thought it was 6 million in Bitcoin. Maybe I misunderstood.
That's what I thought. It's 6 million US dollars of Bitcoin. And thank you so much, Brian. Brian gifted a membership.
Aw, well, Brian,
thank you, Brian.
so much. Brian, you need to become a member too.
Suanna's saying it was on the live with Brian.
Oh, well,
Okay.
there you go. Well, we did have our 80s trivia the other day, and we have decided that our next trivia is going to be 80s music is what we've decided.
Yeah, we decided 80s music will be the next members only trivia. That was pretty much the biggest vote
And
getter.
I still haven't sent out the gift certificates, and I will get to it. I promise, guys. I just got in the weeds.
Kelly says it's always wise to state the currency, and they may have in the letter. I was just trying to find the reporting
That is a good point.
that's specified. I just couldn't find it, but they may have.
And Kellum also asked if we are a charity. No, we are not. But when you hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, you are allowed to do streams that go directly to the charity. So we wouldn't be collecting the money; it would go straight to the charity.
Because we've always been wary, like we don't want to do. Hey, let's create a fund to give to this thing,
Right.
because there's a lot of questionable stuff that happens, and we don't want to
We just don't want it going through our hands. We want it to go directly to the charity where it doesn't go through our hands, so it doesn't look like there's any impropriety on our end.
right. Because we had thought of doing like fundraisers to buy billboards and signs and
Right.
things for
And we
missing
looked-
people in the past, and then say, oh well, if you get into that, then you started to get in.
We just don't want to have any questions of our integrity or anything like that.
Right.
So
We're-
it's just easier to wait until we are able to do it, and it goes directly to the charity. And we are going to let our members decide who we are giving to, whether that be autism, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, whoever.
Sophie says it was the local news station that reported the amount, but they have now pulled that.
Thank you, Sophie, because that's what okay, that must be what I saw.
But anyway, so that way there's just no question about like things being scams. Money just goes directly, and we don't even touch it. But that's why.
And Brian was wanting to know when we're doing our trivia again.
We just did one the other day, so I would expect it will be towards the end of the month or early next month.
Yeah, that'd be about right.
We did 80s trivia, TV trivia.
We can do a little more Brian Ensign here. We want to do that. I actually didn't listen to all of this, but he's a boots on the ground kind of guy. Right. He's sort of like Matt Thibodeau, just a workaholic on these cases.
It has been like totally insane over the last couple of hours. First of all, we were outside just in our spot that we always are. And the sheriff's deputies all came in and they said, everybody has got to get out right at this moment. All the media has to leave, which hasn't happened before. Of course, they did have that second crime scene they set up, but they didn't make the media leave. This time they said, we're closing off the entire area, the whole block, and everybody has to leave. And so we had to quickly pack up our stuff and go. I took a quick video when all this was happening. Take a look. So something interesting is happening outside the house. So all of these sheriff's deputies showed up. And they are now, you see down there, they are closing off the road and they're making all the media leave this block. So we're not going to be able to be in front of the house anymore. They said this is for investigation reasons. And so we don't know what they're about to do with the house, but they don't want the media in front of the house anymore. So basically everybody out here has been told to pack up, and she's saying they need room for their investigators.
Oh, you bet. Thanks for all your hard work. We appreciate all you do for us.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean, this gives you an idea of what a circus this whole thing is out there. You know, I mean, there's just people everywhere, all day, every day.
And we were talking about that before, you know, at the very beginning. We've not seen anything ever like this. This is just become an absolute circus.
Well, we were live when Emmanuel Haro was going on and when they were getting arrested, remember? And it wasn't even this many people.
There was hardly anyone there.
There was a couple people there, but that was it.
It's like, you know, like the Super Bowl, they have the media row.
Yeah.
You know, where it's just like every outlet on the planet has a little booth. It's like this out on the street.
Real quick, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches has been a member for 19 months. I cannot believe it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dreaming.
Thank you for all your support. She goes above and beyond, and she's a wonderful moderator and a wonderful friend, and we appreciate her so much. And she says,
oh, sorry.
Clearly, I appreciate you more. She says, trivia is so much fun. Can't wait for 80s music. So,
oh, that's funny, Deb.
And then also, Detective Mom had something interesting too. She says, why does this ransom text message sound like it's from a conspirator? Because I think it is. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. What?
Ooh, I didn't know that quote.
I haven't seen any wording to that effect. I haven't seen the actual wording. I thought they were kind of keeping that off the news. I hadn't seen that I saw the ones that was on the text messages that they got, that they arrested the guy, but I've not seen the ones that they got to the station.
Callum said that they live in the Tucson area, and it's just funny. It says, I live in the Tucson area and could take a drive up to that area, but Lord knows there are more than enough nosy Nellies there. Yeah, it's crazy right now.
Oh, so Detective Mom said, yes, the wording has been published.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
I'm going to go look. Do you want to look or me?
Jailer also got chatted to by the sheriff several hours later, same day. I think they all got moved several times that day when they were moving people around. The whole thing with the botched crime scene too. I mean, you know, that should have been. I just can't believe they didn't leave it up for more than just the few hours that they were processing it, and then it was returned back to the family. People, you know, reporters were walking up. That's how they got all those pictures. I mean, I really think that was terribly handled. And what valuable evidence did they miss, and that could have gotten ruined by people being up there walking around on it?
Hey, Detective Mom, can you either email that to me or text it to me? Or not text it. I'm sorry, message it to me.
She said it is tied to the information in court documents for the guy in LA. We've seen that one, but we've not. That one was fake. We were talking about the actual one that they were considering.
The fake one. Oh, that makes sense. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we've seen the fake one. Yeah.
That makes sense. I would play her message again for people who joined and didn't see it. Because I was driving and I didn't get to really watch it. I could hear it.
Brian says local sheriff has stock in crime tape sales in the area.
They put it up and take it down and put it up and take it down. I think that they should put it up and leave it up.
I'm surprised. That's what I said. I can't believe how quickly they turned it over.
So I also have, I'm going back just looking to see what's going on outside the house. It's the same situation. Just the people just hanging out, just waiting.
Mhm.
I had the press conference that was done on February 2nd because I had not heard that yet. Do you want to play some of that and see?
We can. Would
I
you
thought
mind
she
to play
wanted you
that?
to play the latest thing from Savannah.
I could do
Again.
that. I could do that.
Because I only was able to listen to it. I couldn't look at her face.
Gotcha. And there's probably people that have joined.
That have not.
Yeah. People come and go. So, all right. Is it showing?
It is showing, yeah.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation and we need your help.
What do you think, Mrs. E, watching it live or watching her on camera on her message?
I think they know something. Like, I think some people were suggesting that it's possible that she got information that the ransom's not real. There's a shift.
Something's different.
Yeah, there's a shift.
Because if you're her, you're hoping that she was kidnapped and there's social ransom,
right?
Because that's one of the only scenarios where she's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if it came back, they're like, no, this is a, guy in another country. They just, it's not involved, whatever. If they were able to figure that out, then all she's left with is just really probably not very good outcomes. If that's where we're at, that's what it sounds like.
Let's see that.
Classic One says she's gone, y'all. Let's be real. I mean, maybe. I mean, the sheriff. I know one thing the sheriff says in this first press conference is that this lady needs medical attention within 24 hours and cannot survive without whatever it is she.
Yeah,
I can't think of how he phrases it. But,
I agree with
her
him.
survival is dependent on being returned, and it's been over a week. So even if the intent was not to take her life, over a week may be too long for her without whatever medicine she was on.
Right.
I agree with Smoocher. It was this one. Such a botched crime scene, just like the OJ case that made the prosecution lose the trial. I think there's been some botched. Well, and like I said, there's been so much misinformation from the sheriff that's really bungled things up. Whether it hindered the case or not, I don't know. But just the misinformation has not been great.
Kelly M. Official says, for the record, I did not vote for Nanos, and I did vote. A friend of mine is a longtime Pima County Sheriff's deputy, and he did not want Nanos as sheriff.
Gotcha. I agree that there is a tone change. Claudia said Savannah seemed hopeful in the first video and not so much now.
Yeah. What is the phrase she used? Hour of desperation.
Right.
I think that's. She's not reading a script at this time, is she?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And you can tell the difference. This one seems a little more sincere. Also, Deb said, I still think the son-in-law has something to do with it. He has power of attorney over Nancy. I have not heard anything definitive on that information about power of attorney, her money in a trust. I've heard all kinds of rumors, but nothing that has been accurately validated. But I have heard rumor of that she had everything in a trust and that they were the supervisors of the trust, Annie and her husband. But I don't know if that's true or not. I think all that's been rumor. And I doubt that personal information is going to come out right now.
Also, I mean, this is pure rumor that I have not confirmed it, but have you guys confirmed that Annie and Tomas were getting separated or were separated?
Who's?
That Annie and Tomas were separated?
No, I haven't.
No.
I have not that.
That's interesting too.
I was just seeing something different here. Let's see what this.
Laurie said to Deb, she said, it won't come out. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's not it. It was Deb. He had power of attorney with Annie regarding the house they had on another street. They sold it. That was included, not Nancy.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know, I don't know for sure if any of that's been corroborated with any accuracy.
Right.
Or not.
MLK.
Yeah, good point.
Junior Day Portland says, just imagine if they paid the ransom and got nothing in return. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Then you're really desperate.
Boy, that'd be.
Well, the thing is too, is if they pay the ransom again, there's still the logistics of getting her back to them without getting caught.
Yeah.
Let's say that everything goes smoothly with the transaction with the ransom. They still have to get her to them.
Mm-hmm.
And
there'd be a time frame.
And there's been no proof of life.
Yeah.
Right. Not that we know of. Not that we.
And it may not be something that they share. I mean, they weren't playing close to the vest at the beginning, and they were telling everything. And as soon as the FBI got in there, things kind of shut down a little bit more. And I think they're keeping things a little bit tighter.
Oh, I know what Detective Mom's talking about, because I believe the texts, the scam text had stuff about Tomas. I can't remember the exact wording. I don't want to get it wrong, but something about about planning it with him or something.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense. That sounds like somebody just trying to set him up.
Well, if he was like, because the early suspect was the son-in-law by most everyone, because he was the last one or whatever. And, so maybe he just kind of picked up on that and thought, okay, I'll throw him in there and make it seem more legitimate.
Look at Romy too. She's on top of it. He doesn't have power of attorney. He handed over power of attorney for the closing loan on their house. I have the documents for that. Of course you do.
All right.
Of course you do.
Well then.
And I love how people have started calling him Tommaso. They've been calling him Tomato. I think that's hilarious. Yeah, I've seen several people call him Tomato.
Well, here's the thing. And I understand that a lot of creators like to change the name so that they don't get in trouble with speculation and different things. But we don't know that Tomas or Annie, even though they are suspicious, we can't deny that there's some suspicious activity, but we cannot guarantee that they have anything to do with it. We don't know that for a fact.
Right.
So I think that me personally, I'll call them by their actual name. Because I'm not saying that they have anything to do with it.
The classic one said, you say Tommaso, I say Tomato.
Right.
Cute. But and I agree, Brian. It would be nice if you could find some arrest records. But I have not heard of anything. But FYI, Savannah's husband was a professional scrubber. So if they have negative information out there, there's a good chance that if they employed the brother-in-law, Savannah's husband, that's what he does, is get negative stuff off the internet, or his company.
I don't know what you're talking about, Brian.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Oh, they're talking about his music was not good. It was
dark.
I actually haven't listened to that. I don't know.
Real me too. I'll take anything you want to give me. I'll take documents, of course. I just have not been able to work on this at all today because I've been running in the car constantly, and I'm probably going to have to leave here shortly.
See, I'm okay with the real names. It doesn't bother me at all. We're not doing anything.
We're not disparaging them.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much just saying, I don't know,
I just keep thinking, I want to, until they prove otherwise, they're victims as far as I'm concerned. You know what I'm saying?
What we do know though, is that they've been to their home gathering things.
Oh, I didn't say they weren't suspicious.
So, but that could mean, but see, that could mean a lot too. So it could mean there could have been a guest at the house for all we know. There could have been, maybe she used the computer and was in contact with someone that they're actually more interested in than someone in the house, or you don't know really what brought them there. It could be the brother-in-law or this sister, but it could be also somebody connected to her family, her and her. It could be a contractor they share that's been to both homes, or something like that. I don't know. But the law enforcement has made them look suspicious by canvassing their neighborhood, going door to door, looking for security video, and most likely getting a warrant to search their home, and using luminol too. like I said, if I met one, I'll always think. Of course, he's suspicious. He's a tomato.
Making me think of VeggieTales.
I think about meeting that lady that worked crime scenes from Miami that I met a year or so ago.
It wasn't that long ago, but go ahead.
And she said, it's probably like last week, right?
It was less than 6 months ago.
Okay. So she said that she'd been working crime scenes for 8 years in Miami, and that the luminol, it isn't like you just have a crime scene, you just go spray luminol everywhere. What would happen is your detective would say, these sheets look suspicious to me, or I want to check this particular wall. I want you to check this particular item. And then they would tag it like with little numbers or whatever. And then they'd come through and they'd spray the areas the detective wanted. You just don't just spray down a whole house with the luminol. So if they are in that home spraying something in particular, they have a reason that they think it might be of interest. Like maybe it's just been cleaned. That was something that she said, if you go into a crime scene and looks like the kitchen floor has just recently been bleached, you might do the luminol on that floor because you're suspicious that might have been a spot.
And no, Smoocher, I don't think it was confirmed. I think that's complete speculation because they went in at night, and typically luminol has to be done in the dark.
There's some,
but was there an official confirmation?
No, and typically
it's
they
YouTuber
wear
confirmation. Yeah.
Yes, typically they wear specific gear to luminol, and they did not enter or exit with that gear on. Not that they couldn't have put it on inside, but they did not enter or exit with it on. And it was the sheriff's office. It was not the FBI. It was 3 sheriff's office personnel.
I just sent you the paperwork, and it'll take a minute to come through.
To Crimies.
That's our little, the 3 of us have a text group called.
Yeah, no kidding. ST said, just think how many renewed Ring or other camera system providers as a result of this case. Nancy Guthrie's cameras were around the house, but had no subscription to retrieve the history of events. Exactly. It's great to have it for security, but it's also nice to know that you've got it in the cloud. If anything, actually that happened in our neighborhood. pool guy was here cleaning the pool, and then it's the same company that also does our lawn service, and they were pulled in our cul-de-sac. We're a small cul-de-sac with only 8 homes on our street, and I was somewhere, I don't remember where I was, but my husband was also, we were both out of town, and I was here, but I was not home. And my husband gets a call where he's at working and says, do you have access to the cameras? I said, well, I'm not home right now. He said, well, someone just pulled in our cul-de-sac, jumped out of their car, stole the wallet from all the wallets from the yard people in their console that was locked. They ripped it open, stole all their wallets, and took off.
Oh, wow.
And they were in a BMW SUV, nice car with temporary tags. And we had it on camera, and the police came over and got our camera data. We had to send it to them. And I don't know if they tracked them down, but they were able to see all of it on video right from our front door Ring camera. And so it is important to have that stuff. And as much of a pain it is to renew it, that kind of stuff is important to have.
So, people are in the chat talking a bit about this guy's music. But some music, this is Lori, says, but some music does indicate personalities of the artist, suicide, even dark thoughts, and may not, but also may. The man they arrested too is really dark music and was investigating if he knew Tommaso.
Well, Detective Mom is saying that she saw that they do know each other. So
I've heard that they did know each other.
But have we seen confirmation of that?
No.
Anywhere that we know of?
No. But and we did talk about this earlier about the Savannah Guthrie thing on the Today Show. They did like this hometown thing where each of the hosts on the show did a little thing about their hometown and where they lived and their parents and all that. And I do think when you get that information out there, it does open you up for people to target you. So that could have had something to do with it.
Everybody keeps saying that it has to be whoever did it has to be in her circle, not just like a total stranger. That's most of them believe,
Mm-hmm.
Let's
unless it's got some other tie that we have not talked about, the political tie, the something to do with her news, a story that she did, or she ultimately hurt somebody, or was disparaging. I mean, we don't know what, because you think you're a news person, you've probably done thousands of stories. What could you have done that could have caused someone to do something like this? So you would have to, it's kind of like an attorney going back when they get threats or whatever, having to go back and say, okay, who have I put in jail, or what have I done that could have caused somebody to threaten to hurt me or my family, or to kidnap somebody?
I agree with Smoocher. I feel like it has to be, the first thing I said when we talked about this is I said it has to be somebody that's familiar with that house.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, I was listening to Chris McDonough last night, and he said that it had to be somebody pretty comfortable in that house to feel comfortable knowing it well enough to know that they could hang out there for at least 45 minutes and not be disturbed. They must know it well enough to know that.
Well, I mean, all you got to do is look at the area. It's desolate, even though there's houses. I mean, the houses are spread apart. It's dark as can be. There's no street lights. I mean, it's a prime. I mean, 2:00 in the morning, people don't expect things like that to be going on. So it's real easy to think that you could spend time there without being noticed.
But how did let's say it's a total stranger, just picked a random house kind of thing.
No way. You know the odds of that.
How did they know there's not 5 people in the house and a couple of pit bulls?
Right. But
they don't know. They don't know that whoever lives there is not armed or whatever.
I know that we did the numbers for children abductions,
Mm-hmm.
but I wonder what they would be for adults.
Adult
abduction
by a stranger.
By a stranger, because
I don't know.
Tell the people that are not usually watching our show. Do you remember?
I mean, it's astronomically small for children.
Yes.
And then depending on the age, I mean, it just almost never happens in reality.
It's like a 0.00001% chance of it being a stranger.
And if it is, it's usually It's usually female, because one of the things is that the males, it's and the male teenagers almost never, because that's what
we're talking about.
But when it does happen, it's usually younger girls. But a 84-year-old lady disappear, I don't know.
Right. Sophie, how did the person that was there know that the cameras weren't working? Well, they may not have, because they did take them, right? They did take the doorbell one.
We don't know if they knew or not.
Right.
There's a new thing that just
Right,
came out
Smoocher, I agree with you.
that just came out with Brian Enton with some new information. Not necessarily new information, but kind of
a like what's
revealing
going on.
information. Yes. It just says in the Nancy Guthrie case, Brian Enton reports that Tommaso Cioni has not been seen since last Tuesday. Also, the gas station police went to get security footage, was right by Annie Guthrie's house, not Nancy's house. And there's about a 1 minute video from Megyn Kelly where she's interviewing Brian Enton about that information today.
I'm sure we could play that. It's probably on X, right?
It's on X, Megyn Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second.
And then there was
I'll send it to Crimeys if you want to.
I know Betty had some pictures of Annie and Tomas like trying to cover their faces as they're driving. But I do not see them.
And I just sent it to Crimeys if you want to pull it up.
If the public was Smoocher says, if the public was angry at me the way they're angry at Tommaso, I'd be hiding too.
Yeah, that's
True.
a good point.
True. Sammy said he just finished a longer Megyn Kelly. I would listen to the bigger interview. Has a lot of information. It's very good. Okay, let me see.
There's so many clickbait things.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
This one's a 1 minute. This one's a 1 minute one. So let me see if I can find the.
I'll tell you another thing that was out there I was seeing was that before they called 911, Savannah called Senator Kelly, Mark Kelly, I think is his name.
Mm-hmm.
But that later ended up not being true, that she called later that afternoon to Mark Kelly after 911 had been called.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just a lot of stuff like that gets out there. And once it's out there, it's hard to dispel rumors once they get rolling, because it gets passed and shared and becomes part of the conversation.
I just don't. I can't believe the amount of clickbait on here.
It's crazy. It's
Like-
more than anything I
Like I started to click on something, I was like, I know that not to be true.
Mm-hmm. There was the one about they made Tommaso's home a crime scene.
Right. I saw that one.
It
didn't look right.
There was another one today like that.
I
Same account.
can't find the whole interview.
No, but I'm looking like on Facebook, and these people are just lying.
I know
So-
there's a lot of that.
Handsome Man says, so 2 more hours left. Okay. I'm sure we'd like to know if the ransom money's been paid. So it'll be Tucson time. Are they Pacific or are they Mountain?
Hold on. Therapy's calling. I'll be back.
Okay. I'm going to look and see.
I'm looking for.
They're mountain, I believe. Hello.
Okay. They are Mountain time. So they're just an hour ahead of us.
I
on
thought that
Central.
no, they should be 2 hours. Oh, they're 1 for you, 2 for me.
Yeah. So it is. Oh yeah. So it's 3:07 there because they're on Mountain time. So they've got 2 hours to.
Okay,
get
here's the video. I will send it to Crimeys if you want to. It's about an 18-minute video of Megyn Kelly and Brian Enton and that's the information they were saying was quite a bit of information. If we want to put that up, I think that would be good because that's the latest.
Okay, you're going to just send it to our text.
I'm sending it to Crimeys right now. It's the whole thing.
I think Mrs. E had to take a call. Oh, okay. Sorry.
You have to open it in another window.
Sorry. Keeps wanting to play.
True. That's a good point. Smoocher said they can't provide proof of life if they don't have proof of life.
Well, right.
And I don't believe that was a septic system. I think that was a water system where they dumped the water in fresh water in there for the home. I don't think it was septic, but they were checking it. Let me pull that down. Okay. And this is the latest Megyn Kelly interview. It says new note to Guthrie family and video message response about celebrate and peace. And she put this up about an hour ago.
Saturday night, what happened at Annie's home?
Yeah, Megan, it kind of came out of nowhere. I was over at Nancy's house, which is about 10 minutes away, and I got a call like something's going down at Annie's house. So I raced over here. This is Annie's house behind me. And when I got here, there were 3 deputies that had just arrived. They have private security here. NBC hired private security, I'm told. And it seemed coordinated because the security guard just moved out of the way, let the 3 deputies in, and they had blue gloves on. They had some camera equipment that was in a case. They went inside and they were inside for 3 hours. They closed all the blinds. I could see them taking pictures. Yeah, there you go. Right. That's some of the stuff they brought out. I could see them taking pictures in the garage. You could see a flash from a camera, and then you could see them move throughout the house to other parts of the house because you could see the flash from the camera coming from around the blinds.
And it took about 3 hours?
Yeah, they were inside for 3 hours, and then they packed up and they left. They didn't say a word. And NBC is reporting today that it was consensual, that I guess it was worked out with the family that they were going to show up, which really doesn't surprise me because, again, just it didn't seem, it seemed like they knew they were coming. The security guard moved out of the way. They knew how to get into the house. There's no one at the house right now, so they went in on their own. And it all seems like very coordinated.
Brian, where's the family?
It's a good question. We don't know. They were here. Savannah was at this house early last week with her sister, her sister's husband, and Cameron was here also. And this is where they filmed the first video because we saw them bring the ring light and the tripod in. And somehow they left without anyone really noticing. And it's interesting, there were more security guards here specifically hired by NBC when Savannah was here. There were 3 security guards. And then when she left, now there's only 1 security guard just sort of keeping an eye on the house and, telling people to stay back.
Were people asking if we could skip through parts of this, Auntie?
Someone did.
Okay.
It was Sammy. She said, is there a part you can skip through so it would be shorter than 18 minutes? Since we haven't watched it all and it just came out, we don't really know where to skip. So I think I would just show it.
Okay.
And he's just reviewing what they did at the house, at Annie's house. He showed pictures of the table and the bag that they carried out, and that they were sheriff's representatives. And you can see what they have on, so you can tell it wasn't like any kind of special gear, that kind of thing.
That table, was it one of those like kind of plastic fold-up tables like you would?
I have one almost identical to it. It's just a white folding table.
Yeah.
So it meant they were probably processing stuff on it or putting stuff on it for pictures, is what I was thinking, to have a white background.
You think they brought it in?
They brought it in. Yes, they brought it in and brought it back out.
Gotcha.
Back.
Well, it's interesting to watch NBC in the mornings on the Today Show to see what they're reporting on this case, because there's no question in my mind it will have been blessed by Savannah. There's zero doubt that they are asking her, are you comfortable with this? Are you okay? They would not want to upset her or get out ahead of their skis or go someplace where she didn't want it. And they were the ones who broke the news that the search of Annie's home was consensual as opposed to, via search warrant. So to me, I'm deducing, though I can't confirm it as an independent fact, that she doesn't want it looking like her sister or anybody living in that home, like the brother-in-law, are in any way in trouble. But that does not jive with Ashley Banfield's reporting about them considering Annie's husband, Tomas, and that he may, quote, be a prime suspect in this case. We're still investigating that too, Brian, and whether the brother-in-law is coming under the scrutiny of law enforcement. And all I can tell you is that I have reason to believe Ashley Banfield was onto something. I don't know that he did this, but I do believe her reporting that they are taking a very serious look at him. And he's been out of the picture. I mean, he has not been in any of the videos. Has he been seen at all, Brian?
He hasn't been seen since I think it was Tuesday of last week. We got some photos of him outside the house here. He's very recognizable with this big beard. And he was outside with his wife, Savannah's sister, Annie, and they were in the car together. But it's now been almost a week. And something else interesting, you mentioned how they the authorities went and retrieved the surveillance video from the gas station and that they were looking for someone. That gas station is a Circle K, and it's right around the corner from Annie's house. It's not close to Nancy's house. It's right around the corner from Annie's house. And it's where it's positioned is where you would have to drive to go from Nancy's house to Annie's house, which
it's pretty interesting, right? I mean, but that could be a lot of reasons.
Well, it could be just to corroborate his story of when they left to take her home and when they came back, if that looked accurate, if they could see her in the car with him going there and not in the car coming back. I mean, there's a lot of things they could get from that without considering him a suspect, since he's the last one that was with her.
That's a good point.
I mean, they could have even been wanting to see if he was being followed, you know?
Right.
You know, there could be a lot of reasons that do not necessarily mean that.
Can I tell you something really cute real quick?
Yeah.
So I was outside. I was talking to therapy for middle E.
Yeah.
And
all good?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's actually, it was very good.
Okay, good.
But what was funny is Big E has taken it upon himself to gather the branches in the yard.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Because we stacked up some other wood from branches.
Yeah.
So he's bringing branches close to the house for us. But he's so proud of himself. Our oldest son, for those of you who don't know, has severe autism, but he's so proud of himself. He's like, "Look, I'm bringing the branches so we can burn the wood."
So I'll tell you. Okay, do we have our off topic? Can I do my off topic?
Off topic.
So yesterday, my brother brought over firewood for us because we love to burn fires all year, all winter long.
All year.
And so my dad had a ton of wood over at his house. So he was cutting that up for him and he loaded it, brought it to the house. So my two nephews are there.
I know the story.
Yeah, my two nephews are there. I'm outside. My brother, so we're just taking wood to the back of the house or whatever. And it was a ton. I mean, it was a whole, trailer full of firewood. And
we call those a rick.
And we're like, arms full of wood or whatever. And so Big E comes out and he's gonna, hey buddy, you want to help? Like a stick, like a little. He's like, he's walking, and he's like, I'm a good helper. Just kept saying that, and we're, my little bitty nephews are,
carrying armfuls, and he's got one stick.
Yeah, he's like, I'm a good helper, and he kept saying that over and over. And
I didn't tell you the best part. He's leaning him up against the house, so
making like a lean-to.
I guess that's what it's looking like.
Well, good.
It's very cute.
Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do back there, but so anyway, this is all pretty interesting, actually. With Brian and Megan's interview here. And I saw Brian was kind of defending Banfield's reporting.
I think Banfield, I mean, a lot of people are criticizing her. She's getting a lot of flack, and even the sheriff's office alluded to some of the content that she gave out. They didn't name her specifically, but what they said was, that people may be causing more alarm, but she got it from what she considers a very, very trusted source in the police department that said he was the prime suspect. Well, it would only make sense to me logically that he would be, because he was the last one that saw her. He should be a suspect until they can clear him. So I don't think her saying that and having a source that told her that is, if there's anything wrong with it, whether they like it or don't like it. I mean, she's a journalist, and that's what they do.
Real Me Too is tracking this. No payment has been shown to have been made yet.
And on a side note, Real Me Too, you need to be resting.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to, Brian saying it was a fact. I don't see any reason to dispute that it was a fact. Even if it's not now, at least at the time she reported it. I mean, why would she? I don't think she's got a history of fabricating.
Who?
Banfield, Ashley Banfield.
I don't know. I know there's some strong emotions about Ashley Banfield within just the people we are friendly with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's some strong emotions
But
both ways.
there's a lot of people both ways. Deb says that she's got it from someone on the case that they aren't looking at him. So that's interesting too. I mean, and they may not be, but to me, it would only be logical that they would look at him first if he was the last one that saw her.
Right.
So I don't think there's anything wrong with assuming that. And you're right, Sophie. The sheriff did not go out and deny anything she said. He just would not corroborate it.
I mean, he did the classic denial, non-denial kind of thing where you're like, I don't know where that information is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't mean it's bad information. You just don't know where it's coming from.
Right, because that's what
not,
Sue Ann just said, but she was right. He even said everyone was a suspect.
Yeah.
And Lori's got a good point too. And she says,
sorry.
She says they wouldn't be at their house 3 times without a doubt. I think that's possible as well. But, that was her last known location before going home.
There's something in that house that they wanted to look at.
Oh,
and they
Chachi, thank you so much.
They could have just wanted evidence that she was there that evening, and that may have been what they were looking for, was evidence that she played games or was at the house, like they said, had dinner. They may have been looking for those kinds of DNA type of things to show that, yes, she was exactly where they said she was. And same thing with the videos at the Circle K. They may wanted to show the car going and the car coming back and whether she was in it. I mean, that all makes sense to me. And Laurie said, yes, she did say she had a very credible source high up. Yeah, I'm just inclined to say she's not going to risk a 40-year career in journalism over sensationalism and a bad source.
40 years?
Deb is saying
she looks great for her age.
Deb is saying, I'm retired law enforcement, and he said they are trying to track down where the bad info is coming from, but he didn't call it bad info. He didn't say it was bad information. He's just said, I don't know where it's coming from.
Right.
We haven't named any prime suspects or any suspects. Everybody's a suspect now. And there is a difference in law enforcement publicly naming a prime suspect and then they often will choose not to do that, even if they've got one, because they may not want their prime suspect to know they are a prime suspect. But then they privately have their own list of, okay, these are the people we're looking at. And this guy might be number 1, number 2, and 3. Right. We need to clear these people or check them out or whatever. Because he was just saying they hadn't named a suspect. And that's true. They had not named one to the public. So he was making the sheriff was making statements that were true, that could be true, as well as Ashley Banfield's statements still remaining true. It wasn't, this is made up. We've cleared Tomas. We've cleared the son-in-law. We're not looking at him at all. This is completely fabricated. She doesn't have a source in the department. He wasn't making that kind of claim. He was just saying, I don't know where this information is coming from, which is different.
And on a side
it was annoying information to him too. Later in that conference, later in that conference, he went on about how it actually kind of hurts his investigation for people to speculate, because so far everybody's been cooperative, and he wants it to remain that way.
I was just going to let everybody know that Real Me Too is the captain now. And Tai Lux is number 2, and Grandma Chachi's number 3. It's a little game that we play called The Captain.
Real Me Too.
It's our top fans, and right now it's the Real Me Too number 1. Tai Lux is number 2, and Grandma Chachi's number 3.
Oh, very good. Very
Congratulations. Yes, I texted you what Real Me Too. She sent the pictures of them but that was like the first or second day. It's Tomas and Annie in the car. Have you seen that?
I have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we want to do more of this interview?
Sure.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, wait just 1 second.
Sure.
Read that.
Grandma Chachi says, you guys always lift my spirits. My mother would have been 101 on February 6th, 2026. So I'm feeling blue after seeing the Guthries going through this.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
scary. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
I just can't imagine why. And if it was a vendetta against Savannah specifically, why would they choose her 84-year-old mother? I mean, I don't know why you would. Maybe because she's an easy target, but I just think it's so awful. If it's some perpetrator and not someone in the family or on the inside. Like Smoocher said, so many unanswered questions in this investigation. Absolutely.
And Susanna says, Sue Anna, I'm so sorry. I do that every time. I'm sorry. She said he would be looked at if he was the last person to see her. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I think is really interesting. It's literally like 1 minute away from here.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know whether anybody's been asked to give and or has given a polygraph. Not a peep about that. Is that correct? No one's saying a word.
Not a word. I interviewed yesterday a former homicide detective for Pima County who was there for 20 years and is now retired. And it's interesting what you were reporting in the beginning of your show. I mean, he says the same exact thing, that there's been so much turnover there, that it's a mess at the sheriff's office, and that most of the homicide detectives have like 2 years experience.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Yes, that is an excellent interview. I listened to that yesterday, and this guy was over 20 years with the sheriff department there, and he said the average person there now has only 2 years experience. And he said it was a mess, so which makes you think that a lot of this has been botched. Yeah,
and
that's a good interview.
Actually, Chris McDonough was talking about that too. He goes those would be considered baby police officers.
Right. Sure.
And that's what that guy said in the interview. He said they're in their infancy of learning how to investigate, and then they've got this gigantic case that's nationwide attention. And it's a really good interview. If you like Brian Enton, go to yesterday's, and it was his interview he had yesterday on location. He was actually in the same spot he's at right now.
Did you put Brian Enton in chat earlier?
I didn't, but
I've got the special thanks to and credit to Megyn Kelly's show, because we're taking this directly from Megyn Kelly's show.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this. So that's a thing too. So that makes that whole deal where they pull down the crime scene tape and have to put it up again and come back a third time.
Well, another thing
it makes it look like they don't know what they're doing.
Another thing, the people on the panel with McDonough are also former police officers. I would highly recommend watching that at some point if you have time. They were saying that it could cause problems if someone is prosecuted with them taking the tape up and down, that could cause question, as far as disturbing the crime scene, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it could cause problems in court.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Marlena. You're the best. You guys, we have the best mods in the world, don't we? I mean, we really do.
And a lot of when you look back on a lot of cases where you can actually see the interrogations and stuff like that, the skill of someone doing an interview can make or break a case too. So brand new homicide detectives that don't really know how to get the information they need from people and put them at, know when to put pressure, and that kind of explains a lot.
Hey, wow, nice to see you. Yes, and we definitely need to pray for them.
Oh yeah, I just keep thinking about it, when they learned that detail about the blood on the porch. It drive you crazy wondering what happened to her.
Yeah,
and
also Angel Wings makes a good point here, and Brian Enton's DNA is on the front porch too, because he went up there and took all the pictures and things. So
yeah, on like day 2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he's concerned a lot of the veterans like him have left just because they've been upset with the department for different reasons. And there was a different sheriff, and then another sheriff came back, and it's been a mess there. But he was telling me that in his 20 years there, they never once administered a polygraph. That wasn't something that they did as a sheriff's office ever, not even once. But I know. But I don't know if now that the FBI is involved, maybe they would be doing that.
Well, if you listen to a lot of detectives, a lot of times they'll do a polygraph just to see if they'll do it.
Right.
Just to see how they're going to react.
Yeah, and he specifically talked about their inexperience in the whole 20 years he was there, they never did one.
But never even used it as a tool.
Never even used it as a tool. They don't even have that tool at their disposal. They would have to go to another agency and get it.
Is it a budget issue there, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know. I just thought that was really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because while they suggested it was a joint investigation at the Thursday presser, FBI, Pima County, my understanding is it's Pima County running herd on this, that it's their investigation, their running point. And so that may tell us some unfortunate things. Here's the other thing I want to know. The Sunday discovery that Nancy was missing allegedly came down to someone at her church noticing she wasn't there and calling the family, which then sent the family to Nancy's home, which led to the discovery of the crime scene, however it looked. They haven't really told us what was inside the home. The Daily Mail and you also, we talked about this last week, reporting that Nancy Guthrie was actually was no longer attending the church that they said she was, and that in fact she'd been going virtual for the past 5 years since COVID.
Deb says, if you didn't catch earlier, she was in law enforcement. Deb, what was the reason your department didn't use polygraphs? Was it budget or just thinking? Was it budget or just not thinking it was a good strategy? What was the reason they didn't do it? If you don't mind.
That she'd been participating in the live stream that this church offers, leading us to ask, how would anybody have noticed that she wasn't on the live stream? Because it's not like a Zoom where you can see people joining. Now, we did actually try to join it this weekend and realize that there's a chat. You can join a chat. So it is possible that somebody was in the chat. Look, maybe it's my own bias. The thought of my mom not only joining a live stream, who's 84, but actually then getting in the church chat during the mass and chatting, like it's an impossibility. Yeah. But maybe Nancy Guthrie was a lot more tech savvy than my 84-year-old mom could be. She had an Apple Watch. So I want to know whether the investigators have tracked down the alleged parishioner who's purported to have made the phone call. Brian, do we know whether that's happened?
It hasn't happened from what we know. And that's been one of the strange things about this is we've all, me and then all of my other colleagues, we all talk about it out on the street. We've all been trying to figure out this church element. Everybody has been to the church. Everybody has talked to the pastor. And the pastor has said that she went to the church, but that she hasn't come back in person since COVID, that she goes virtually, and no one seems to know that she went to another church. And the church over the weekend at their service, the pastor talked about Nancy, and it appears that's the church she goes to. And what I thought was interesting, Megan, is at the last press conference, the sheriff never brought up the church again. It's almost like he said that the first time right after this happened, but then no one ever talks about the church anymore. So I don't know, the sheriff made a lot of weird off the cuff remarks and mistakes. Like, I don't know if that's just something he said initially, and now there's another reason that the family was concerned that has nothing to do with the church. I just don't know.
International.
Well, that's interesting.
It is interesting. That's I told you, he's given a lot of misinformation and weird information. And did you see Deb's response? She said, because here they weren't admissible in court. And if someone took a Xanax beforehand, they could beat one. So it's not reliable and budget constraints.
So a little bit of all of it. Strategy, legality, and budget. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I've heard some detectives talk about it where even if it weren't admissible, they would sometimes have suspects do it just to see if they do it, how they reacted to it. But
I'm going to have to leave again. I apologize. But
Okay.
I don't know. Are you going to try to stay on till the deadline, or are
Hey,
you
Mom, thank you for bringing the attention
are you
to
going to take a break and come back, or are you just going to be done?
What do you think? Do you want to do a little
Hey, Mom,
dinner break?
I have to do something tonight as
do
well.
something tonight.
Oh yeah.
The branches.
Oh, you're doing so good with the branches. Did you put them on the house?
Uh-huh.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got
He is
less
a
than
good
90
helper.
minutes to the deadline.
I know it.
Well, if you guys want to stay on, that's fine. I just have to go pick
I
up
know.
Middle E from therapy, and I'll
Right.
be back.
Okay.
And if it's
Well, I'll
up
stay
it's
on.
up to you and Aunt E how you want to handle. I can handle everything going on here, but I will have to leave again later. So
Yeah.
when I get back.
I mean, hopefully we get some good news. That'd be a miracle,
Mhm.
really, at this point.
Yes, you guys, he is the sweetest child. When he's in a good mood and he's happy, it is like it's just sunshine and rainbows. He's wonderful.
I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the pile of wood he's brought up from the.
He's so proud of himself, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Wowzer's like, stay.
All right.
He is doing a great job. I'm so proud of him. He's going to go with me though to go get his brother.
Yeah. He loves to go for the trip.
He loves the rides.
So what I'll do, I'll just keep playing some more because this is a good interview. This is
Yeah, it is good.
good information. So we'll play the rest of this and then go from there. Check X. Every 30 minutes, a brand new thing comes out. So
Yep.
I'm sure there will be.
Well, I'll be
something else.
back in a little while. I'll be listening in the car.
I'm still watching live remotes too, and I'm not seeing anything happen. So I'm kind of checking all the sources.
Yeah. I think a lot of people felt like today was a day because of the deadline and with Kash Patel being in town and the
I
deadline,
really-
it just felt like maybe today was something was coming.
I just wonder if he even had anything to do with what was going on today.
Yeah, it might have been a coincidence, right? That he
And-
had
and-
another engagement in town.
Yes. And a lot of people on X are now saying that based on Savannah's latest video that we've watched a couple times today, that she no longer believes that the ransom is legit. And I think they probably have somehow figured that out. And now they're scared because with a ransom, at least there's a chance that you're getting her back. And now you're back to square one, almost as if it just happened and you don't know where she is. And
yeah,
she just doesn't reference the ransom at all. And we're so close to that time now. I think that's why the video came out but that's why I don't understand why they haven't upped the reward. You up that reward to 150,000 or something like that, you might pull some people out of the woodwork.
I want to be sleuthing something. Says I need Biggie around here. I made 1/6 scale sets and I really could use some tiny firewood. He'd love to do it. Actually, he'd be all about it.
Disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years.
Well, we can skip the ad.
The people that reported her, meaning Nancy, missing from the church. And he responded, "We're doing all kinds of interviews. Yes, I'm sure we have." Okay, which is not actually a yes. That's not actually a yes at all. It's actually kind of disconcerting. And yet another thing that either they do need to do or they've done and he's just not telling us. We don't know. So Brian, what about today? The deadline now for this 5 p.m. $6 million payment is looming. And the Savannah and siblings video from the other night said, we will pay. It said, we will pay.
Yeah.
But they've had no proof of life. They don't know whether these people actually have their mom. And so do we believe that they're actually going to pay $6 million in Bitcoin? Like, has any law enforcement spoken to this or shed any light on what the next step should be?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah said they will pay. Whether they end up doing it, we don't know. And it's interesting. You mentioned the local affiliate was reporting. I think you said it was 1 million and 6 million. That's a little different than what I've learned. I learned it was 4 million and 6 million. And 4 million was the first deadline on Thursday at 5 p.m. and 6 million is the deadline today. But that was in the first note. And the second note, while we don't know exactly what it says, there are some indications that it, based on what Savannah said in her video, the second note may have alluded to Nancy not being okay. And that's why I'm hearing they're not calling it a ransom note. They're just calling it a note. And there was no demand for payment in the second note. It was just a message to the family. It wasn't like, and you can still pay this amount by this time. So I don't, and also, is there a third note that we just don't know about? That's the other thing I've been wondering. Maybe they're just not reporting on it yet. And Savannah's video is responding to a third note.
I wonder the same because.
So there's some mixed reporting there. So Enton is saying he had it at 4 million as the initial demand. Other people were reporting it as 1 million, but everybody kind of agrees 6 million was the new number. Lori Mint says that amount of money was almost a ridiculous amount. You wonder if it was on purpose to show it wasn't connected. If they ever go to turn that in, you got the criminal. You can't ever take it out. Yeah, I mean,
well, in Bitcoin's different though. It's a different currency. It's not, it's not U.S. currency. It can be, sold and resold and protected, and it's basically, it's still traceable though. The wallet should be traceable.
Yeah.
I don't know. Kidnappers typically want to get their money as soon as possible, and they've strung this out for quite a while.
Yeah.
That's what
the
Real Me Too
messaging
said.
is so like controlled and calculated. It almost.
I'm sorry, Auntie. What'd you say?
I would say that's what Real Me Too said. She said kidnappers want to get paid right away. They don't want to hang around and wait. And no proof of life says everything to me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Seems like they're saying something. Can we watch the Savannah video one more time? Let's just watch it one more time.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
So first of all, it's incredibly grim. They're all very grim-faced. There's nothing about their expressions that telegraphs they've gotten any sort of hopeful news. We understand, she says, we understand in a sad, like contemplative way. We beg you. She's begging them now, saying, give us our mother back so we can celebrate with her. Again, that word celebrate sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's the only way we'll have peace, which is another word associated with, I think, people who are, grieving, having a settlement of the grief, even if it's a sad settlement, but just a settlement, like what's happened and you can be at peace with it. To me, that's what she was telegraphing. But you're right.
It's hard to disagree with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's what it sounded like.
We don't know what was in the note. Wait, but Brian, the $4 million would make more sense to me than 4 and 6 makes more sense to me than 1 and 6, because I have to tell you, I've had this conversation behind the scenes with a few different people. Let's face it, $1 million is not much for Savannah Guthrie. She can lose that easily and not really even feel it. So like, if that were the initial demand, I think they would have just paid it. They would have just paid it on Thursday. 4 million is that's a lot more.
Yeah, and I'm confident in my reporting. The person who I spoke to saw the note himself. So I'm sure it was 4 million and 6 million. And I can't remember if I talked to you about this last time, but the other thing that was in the first note that was so alarming to the FBI, there's two things. One, the location of the Apple Watch inside Nancy's room was very, very specific. And the other thing is they specifically referenced a damaged, smashed floodlight in the backyard, which has since been removed up on the back of Nancy's house, which is smashed. So those two things were spot on in the first note, which appears to be why they've been taking all of this so seriously.
We haven't really talked about this. So because we thought this was a camera that was smashed originally, right, Auntie?
Right.
But a floodlight's a whole other thing because you've got to kind of get up on a ladder to smash a floodlight.
Well, and a
Or climb
floodlight,
a
I could
fence
see
or
the
something.
purpose. I could see the purpose of it if they were going out the back door. And the reports where the back door was standing open. If it was on the back of the building, they were getting the light off them so that they could sneak out. Well, if you go out the back with an 84-year-old woman who has mobility issues, and she's immobile, and you're carrying her or dragging her or whatever, or making her move if she's not, incapacitated. I don't know what the point would be in the back of the house, because you have to get to a vehicle of some sort to get out of there.
So, so it's either destroyed on the way in or on the way out.
Right.
Right.
I
If
would
you're
think it would
already
have
in,
to be
if you were already in the house, why wouldn't you just flip this floodlight off
right.
with the switch? So it had to be destroyed to cover your entrance into the home.
That would make sense.
And that's pretty,
Well,
that's pretty smart,
right. And also going back to what he said about the watch and the floodlight. The media and the sheriff's office and stuff, they started reporting that stuff pretty quickly. So the notes didn't come immediately. It was a little span of time. So how much did they get off of the news, the news media, the pictures, the videos? How much of that, and what was the time? That, to me, that's information we don't really have. We don't know how much time between when the notes went out and the media stuff went out. Was there enough time for them to formulate it based on what they saw on TV, or did they have that information and sent that out? Then it was on TV, and then you could say, "Oh yeah, they definitely knew about that," because that's pretty specific information.
Yeah,
especially you don't expect an 84-year-old woman to have an iWatch. You just don't.
No, right.
You really don't expect an 84-year-old woman to have an Apple Watch and have her pacemaker. I would say that her pacemaker was not only on her phone, but also on her watch, because I used to have an Apple Watch and it bothered me because of my RA. So I quit wearing it because of the weight. But, all the apps that are on your phone can also be on your watch. So it would have had to been synced probably to her watch and phone. Nobody's mentioned that. But it's virtually the same thing. But I just wonder what that timeline is like. And that, to me, is how they should determine the validity of those ransom notes.
Yeah. And the FBI agent in that press conference on Thursday, someone asked about, some of these things were being reported about the smashed light and the Apple Watch. And he said, yes, we're looking at that to see what was out there before and all
but
that,
nobody's ever cleared it up.
And you'd have to almost go back through everything that the sheriff and everyone said to reporters early on to know if that's something maybe he disclosed off the cuff. If he said, yeah, her Apple Watch was on the dresser or whatever specific place.
That's a good point too. A couple of people have said, maybe it was a motion light that didn't have, or it's not on switch, my motion light outside in our driveway is hooked to our security system, but we have it set to where if people stand in our driveway for too long, it'll whistle at them kind of as a deterrent. It'll go, ha, make a noise to kind of get them to move on, because they, and the light will come on, but I don't have any way to shut it off and on. So it may be one that was a sensor light that they had to smash in order to get it to go off, and they couldn't have just turned it off. So it could have been something like that.
So are we thinking, and if that light's in the back, right? That's what they were looking at back there.
Mm-hmm.
So we're thinking they came in through the back, took out the light before they went in, most likely, so that the motion light or whatever back there wouldn't, light them up in the middle of the night, and other neighbors might pick them up on cameras or whatever. They go in, they do whatever they're doing with Nancy, and then they go out the front door to leave. Probably because somebody was coming up with a vehicle.
Right.
Otherwise, why wouldn't you just go back out the same way?
Right.
Way out, you take the Ring door camera.
Right.
Is that what we're thinking?
I think so. I think so. I think that makes the most sense. And AC Freeman said, does Annie belong to the Wiccan community? I had heard that. I have not had that verified, but I have heard that. But there's been a lot of rumors and misinformation, so I wouldn't want to put that out there. But I have heard that from other people, but no one that I would consider a credible source. But I have heard that.
There was that Halloween picture of her I've seen out there where she's got like a witch outfit with a shrunken head or something like that.
Right.
But I don't know outside of that.
Handsome man says, I just hope the ransom wasn't paid. Shouldn't pay when there is no evidence she is alive. Furthermore, Nancy has lived 84 years and had her life. And I guess you could look at it that way. You know, that she has had a wonderful life at 84 years old, but nobody deserves to be abducted and unalived and those kinds of things just for money. Money is the root I really truly believe that money is the root of all evil. And yeah, money does make life easier, but at the same time, it is worth nothing if it means you have to give your life for it. And you know, it's a sad thing to think you would make someone pay money to have their life.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, I do get the idea of don't reward these people for their crime or whatever. But if it's your mom and you're someone like, I don't know what Savannah makes a year, 10 million a year, 20 million, whatever she makes a year. And there's 6 million and you got to cash out a little stuff and take a loan, whatever, you know, you'd be okay. She'd be all right. She's still going to be okay. If you thought that there was any real chance to think you could save your mom's life, you would, if you believe she was still alive, because you don't know how, you just wouldn't let your mother suffer because you don't know what they're going to do. What if she's alive? You don't know how they might kill her. You know, you couldn't live with it. I couldn't live with it. So I would pay if
it wouldn't be worth it. Wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah. But you'd have to have the proof of life. You know, you wouldn't just send money, you know, with what we know out there right now. Mrs. E says, I would want my mama back. Lori Mint says, the garage is on the side and most hidden and where you drive into the driveway. Why drive to the front, go out the front with the stairs? Easier to be seen and go that way. Don't think they used it.
I think it's weird that there's blood on the front porch. You know, is there any chance that she did that, you know, injured herself, scratched her arm, and that blood was there from a previous event of her just being out, like working in her plants or something, or went outside and had that blood there? Because it doesn't really make sense that they would take her in and out that front door, because it's not the most easily accessible way from the home. It's just not.
Could it be staging in some way?
Yeah. It makes you wonder.
Well, but they took the door camera, the Ring camera thing, right?
But maybe they took that for maybe they just took all cameras, you know, and that was one of the cameras, and they want to make sure they took everything that could have recorded anything.
Well, this could happen, Smoocher. What if she hands over 6 million in Bitcoins, then gets another message, the price is now 10 million? Well,
right. And that could happen. And
yeah,
you know, that's crazy.
Debbie says, if it was my mom, I'd empty everything I had to get her back.
You know, I feel like, though, with the FBI involved, that there's a way with cyber crimes and stuff that they could stage it to make it look like Bitcoin and work with Bitcoin and say, you know, we need to put this money in there, and then as soon as it's in there and she's released, we want you to take it away. And I don't know if there's a way to do that or not, but you would think in these circumstances there would be a way to circumvent them being able to take that money. But from what I've heard with Bitcoin and it going into a wallet, they can transfer it instantly to 10 other wallets, and it's just almost impossible to trace. So I think it's going to be difficult if that does happen.
Real Me Too says maybe she tried to get out the door and she heard them at the front door, or she heard them at the front door. Yeah.
There's no way they paying 6 million in Bitcoin. Bitcoin will not work with law enforcement. Well, I agree that that's probably going to a very small possibility that they could do that. Used to, you would give people cash and they would put squibs and things in there that would go off and it would destroy the money when they got it and all that kind of stuff. And there was a way around it, but with Bitcoin, it's a whole different ball of wax.
Well, so Sophie says maybe she came to the front door and it was someone she knew and she opened the door. We do have the broken vase there too. So to me, the broken vase is either that's where a struggle happened, or in carrying or taking Nancy out, it was knocked over.
Right. Right.
Could be either, I think. The thing with the blood is there's no it doesn't really look like it's been smeared around, stepped in, It looks like somebody was there, dripped for like 10 seconds and then left. It's kind of what it looks like.
Deb said once it's transferred, you can trace it. It has to stay in the wallet. So why do that? No, it does not have to. They can immediately transfer it to another wallet and another wallet and another wallet, or they can put $1 million in this wallet and do some in this wallet. They can cash it out for US dollars. You can convert crypto into lots of different forms of crypto and change it out. Just because it's in a wallet does not mean it stays there for any length of time before it goes out.
Yeah, and Deb says, I told you how much dollars it would cost to buy 6 million Bitcoins. It's billions. I think it's $6 million worth of Bitcoin. I think is what
it's $6 million of Bitcoin, not US dollars of Bitcoin. It's not 6 million Bitcoin.
Smoochers, some people were, so she's asking, or he's asking about how was there anything indicating a forced entry? I haven't heard anything about how the person entered, which door. Early on, people were saying it was forced entry. The sheriff in that last press conference, he kind of gave that statement of, I don't know where that information's coming from. And then said, we are not confirming the entry, whether it was forced entry or not. So I take that kind of however you take it. I take that reading between the lines that there was forced entry. He just didn't want it out. But I can't prove that. That's just my guess. Let's do a little more of the Brian Ensign thing, because this has all been pretty good.
But Brian, don't you think okay, so the floodlight is visible from the outside. People were crawling all over the property, and especially, Monday. I think the first notes came Tuesday. So you would have just had to see it on sometimes Sunday or Monday. Or prior to that, potentially you could have seen it prior to that if you were a contractor taking advantage of the family's pain here and you'd been inside the house. You might know about that floodlight, and you might know where she keeps her Apple Watch at night. The thing that I can't get past is if I stole somebody and I needed to give proof of life so that I could get millions of dollars, I would ask that person questions that only that person would know the answers to. And I would put that information in my note. Information above all would be proof of life, not where, who would say where she keeps the Apple Watch or that a floodlight had been damaged as their, it is I've got your person.
I mean, that's a good point. I really hadn't thought of it that way, but that would be a way. I mean, they could have gone. Actually, Savannah and the siblings could have done that too.
Right.
They could have said, "Hey, what's our nickname for cousin whoever?" Or what's the name of our first pet? Or those kind of things that just only the family members know. An inside joke or something like that, or a secret family passwords. We have one of those. If you guys, I don't know if y'all have one of those or not. But we've kind of got we have a family secret code word, No,
we don't have one. We don't have one.
No?
We did when the kids were little, but I don't even remember what it is now. But we did when they were little. But now that they're adults, I don't.
Well, hope you'd never need that secret family password if you've forgotten it.
Yeah, I have.
'Cause it-
So we may have
Mom,
to come up with a new one.
Yeah.
Proof.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. You'd think there'd be something more specific, you know, and then initially, you know, they really wanted to open these lines of communication, but you'd imagine if there really is a kidnapper, they would be hesitant to do that because, you know, the FBI is trying to track. And I don't know if you knew this, Megan, but we found out through the news director of KOLD, which is where both notes went, that it wasn't submitted through like an email. It came through a news tips form that you fill out on the website of, you know what I mean? Like you can fill out your name, subject.
Both notes or just the second one?
Both notes. That went to KOLD at least. I don't know if it's the same with TMZ. So
I didn't know it was both. So yeah, see, Brian's always got some good stuff because he's on the ground talking to people.
I think that makes it harder to track. And they used, you know, a scrambler for the IP address because it was different IP addresses both times. So if they, you know, I don't know that you can attach a picture that way.
I know. And I don't even think you need a picture though. Like if somebody had a relative of yours or anybody or mine or anybody listening, we all know certain things they could ask the relative. Like if anybody who I know very well, a family member, needed to prove through a kidnapper that it was them, that they were with the kidnapper, they absolutely could do it with information, with references, you know, with like family jokes, like it would be easy. And so just the fact that this person has gone with something so weird, like an outside floodlight, and the location of an Apple Watch, what is that? That proves to me you've been to the house, and it looks like you've been in the house. But think of the number of contractors an 84-year-old has going through her home. You can do very little as an 84-year-old. She probably has somebody help her change her light bulbs. She definitely has somebody change her air filters. Her air conditioner goes on the fritz. Somebody comes in. The person who may have changed the roof recently, as the neighbor observed. It's like the list is so long. But now we're talking about somebody who's taking advantage of the family's pain and not necessarily the person who's causing it.
Well,
man, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
See, why didn't the FBI ask them to do that when they were doing their letter on the proof of life?
Oh, I know. And well, we don't really know. We don't really know. They didn't give them any way to communicate with them. I know that. And that's why they did the videos, and they've been putting the videos up, and that because they have no way to connect with them. So they're having to do it, you know, just out in the open on social media.
Yeah, but they could have come out on one of those first videos and said, hey, you know, a way that we can do proof of life. Ask Nancy what our nickname was for grandpa. Or
yeah, you know, or what was the first family pet that we had? What was its name? Or, you know, anything. What was you know, anything that they would have all known the answer to.
Like everybody's got little nicknames for stuff that's different from the outside or whatever. Little what was my make-believe friend when I was little? What was his name or something, you know, stuff that nobody outside of the family would really be able to search or know. Every family would have stuff like that. So the FBI could have advised her, say, ask this question, have them submit it in their next communication. Then we'll know that they're talking to Nancy. And if not, so maybe there's a reason they didn't ask that or ask for a way to prove life, you know. They're kind of leaving it up to the kidnappers to figure out how to do that.
There's just so many layers to this case. It's not just a strange crime. It's really complex in the way this is all developed and unfolded. And it just doesn't sit right with me like a typical crime. It just doesn't.
Handsome Man 1 says, I hope this kidnapper gets caught. Yeah. And even if it's a hoax, really, or the person pretending to be a kidnapper, if it is a hoax and just a way to try to get money, so incredibly cruel and awful, because they're wasting a lot of resources too, where, you know, the FBI is having to spend attention on this ransom demand, not knowing if it's legitimate or not.
Right.
Real Me Too says this isn't going to end well. I don't think so either at this point.
But Cheryl Lot says, I'm confused why they would make.
Sorry.
She said, I'm confused why they would make their mom stay a hostage for 4 more days by missing the first deadline on Thursday. That's a good point. You know, why didn't they pay it initially instead of paying more on Monday? It really doesn't make sense. So that's another kind of oddity about this case. If you had a deadline for Friday and you didn't pay it, and then it goes up for Monday, but yet you're willing to pay it on Monday, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, maybe they didn't get the proof of life, you know?
Maybe.
Yes, streaming. The deadline is less than an hour from now.
Right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And Real Me Too says it doesn't sound like there's conversation going back and forth, just notes.
I think that they're only using kind of an interface with the station that they've been communicating through. It's like when you want to leave a message for a station, it'll say to put your name in your message, and you don't, you can do it anonymously, like kind of like a comment page. And that's how they communicated it, which also is not very, I don't know. It's not very cryptic. It didn't go directly to the family, so they're leaving it up. What if somebody at the news station happened to miss that? That's bizarre in itself. What if they hadn't even seen it, or didn't take it seriously, or didn't realize it was regarding her? Just can you imagine being the person at the newspaper and you're reading all of them and you're like, oh yeah, right. And you just throw it away because you think it's a hoax. I mean, how do we even know for sure it's real? Because of the way it came in.
Yeah. Whispering Winds, good to see you. And says, what if they had to liquidate all their property, which takes a while to sell?
But we know that they know by asking for the money, they know that they have access to it. Yeah, it does take more than a day to get $6 million. You might make a huge amount a year, but it's tied up in real estate and stock and mutual funds or 401ks, and you've got it all tied up.
And we've just got a couple more minutes of this left.
Or is all this just a sideshow, Megan? I mean, I've been thinking about this all weekend. Is all of this just something that the FBI has to look into and that Savannah and her family have to respond to, because you put yourself in their shoes, just in case, how could you not? What if in the 1% chance it is true, you want to respond, you want to try, but is there a whole nother side of this investigation happening that, like you mentioned at the beginning, we just don't know about? I mean, them coming here to the house, at 9 o'clock at night on a Saturday out of nowhere. The only thing that I'm skeptical about that, though, is that it was these 3 sheriff's deputies who were just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I saw the raid at Nancy's house. I shouldn't say raid, but I saw when the FBI team showed up, it was like insane. I mean, it was a full-on FBI. They're in their special outfits. They're in the fancy vans and the evidence unit, and the tape goes up, and it felt so organized. Here on Saturday night, it was just these 3 deputies. I mean, I hate to say it, but their cars were a little beat up, and they get out and they kind of wobble in. And if this was so serious here, why didn't the FBI come here? Like, there's a lot I can't figure out.
Well, that painted a picture.
Yeah.
These 3 deputies show up with beat up cars and are just kind of wobbling in. Yeah.
Well, and Greg Detfeld said tonight on Fox, he said everyone in Savannah Guthrie's family, including Savannah, should take a polygraph test and be forthcoming with that information because of how bizarre this whole thing has become. They need to clear those people, but like we talked about earlier, they can take a Xanax and probably pass it. We've heard of other people doing that and passing it. So, I mean, it just doesn't add up. It's just a really, really, really weird thing. And I can't remember anything ever even like this. I mean, Elizabeth Smart, I remember, her being abducted, but you can kind of understand the young girl abduction thing or child abduction thing.
Yes.
But an 84-year-old mother, it just doesn't fit. If this had been Savannah Guthrie's daughter or son, it would have made a little more sense to me. But her 84-year-old mother doesn't make sense to me as a true abduction. It just reeks of an inside job.
So we always have to do this thing in a way where it's like, if this is true, then this, because so many things are still on the table, right? Is the ransom thing a hoax or not? And we don't.
Right.
So if the ransom ends up being a hoax, then we're looking at a whole other motivation and reason why Nancy's out of that house. Zimora Monica says, can you help? So first ransom note was found at Nancy's home, or there was never a note at the home, only emails to the news stations. To our knowledge, there was never a note left in the home. That the first note was received by media outlets, including TMZ and some other local news. So that's as far as we know. But yeah, which is weird, because you would think that the normal thing in a situation would be to try to keep it on the down low, leave a note in the house or whatever.
It's usually directly
don't call the
to
FBI.
family. Yeah, don't contact the police, and it would have been in the secretness of everything. But it wasn't like that at all.
So to do it through the media,
it's actually the opposite. It's the opposite.
The opposite. It blew this whole thing up. A lot of times we wouldn't even know these were happening. Because they're trying to figure out quietly if it's a hoax or not, and they sort through.
Right.
In this case, it's become the biggest part of the story in a way.
It is. It is. Rosebud asked, is the sheriff's department leading the case or the FBI? I don't know who's leading it, but it appears to be the sheriff's department, because we haven't seen a lot of FBI people involved in these searches that they've been doing. We've only seen sheriff's deputies, and sheriff's deputies are doing security at and are on at each house all day long. There's an officer and a vehicle there. So I assume it's them, but I know FBI is involved, and the Justice Department.
When he was asked at the press conference, he wouldn't really say. He just said, we're it's a partnership. We're all working together. Everybody, he really wouldn't get into who was the lead or any of that. Oh, well, thank you so much, Miss Kelsey.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Gifted 10 Crimecast memberships. We appreciate the support there. That is much appreciated. So if you received one of those, make sure you thank Kelsey for the memberships. That does help us keep the StreamYard, pay that StreamYard bill, which goes up every month, it seems like.
That's crazy.
So thank you so much for doing that.
And Whispering Wind says, currently, I think it's the Sheriff Barney Fife. I can see why you would think that.
Well, I'll tell you that the reporting we just heard from Brian Ensign makes me think of this whole thing differently. Now that I know that the average homicide detective has only been there for 2 years, and that they've had major turnover and and other people were talking earlier about sort of political issues with the sheriff, and it's kind of makes you look at it differently. And having this thing, a crime scene, not a crime scene, a crime scene, not a crime scene, back and forth, just leave the tape, until you guys are done, so that's.
And now that Brenda Calvert said, why remove her from the home? Well, it's really weird.
Right. If it's not about a ransom, then what happened? Why were they there for 40 minutes?
Right.
Ish. What happened in that time? And then why did they have to make her leave? I'll tell you one of the darker thoughts I have that way. Is just if you don't plan on keeping her alive, maybe you're thinking, it's a lot harder to prosecute a crime if you can't find the body,
And we know that's true.
That could be a reason have her leave and then, take
Well,
her
and
life
I will
later,
tell you,
or if she was
the
not
desert
alive when she
is
left.
right. And the desert, though, is one of those places that you can lose somebody forever and not find them. The desert is an easy place to get rid of a body, and that happens a lot.
Sure.
Mrs. E has messaged in. She would like us to thank Kelsey formally. So let me see if I
with the
can
music?
find. No. So Kelsey, this is for you.
But I want to say thank you to you. I haven't had an orthodox career, and I've wanted more than anything to have your respect. The first time I didn't feel it, but this time I feel it, and I can't deny the fact that you like me. Right now, you like me.
Thank you, Kelsey.
You deserve the Sally Fields there for sure. So we thank you for that. So we are now, we're just 45
And you know
minutes
what?
away.
That's a good point, Romy, too. You just made me, I don't know, go down a whole different rabbit hole in my thinking. Was the dinner part of a plan?
Oh, speaking of that, I remember something I heard earlier. The reason she took the Uber is she doesn't drive at night. That was part of her deal. She was one of those people that would not drive her car at night, like a lot of folks do.
Right. But was the dinner part of the plan? That's a good question. And what could they have given her at dinner? Maybe that knocked her out. Maybe she never even went home. Maybe it was all staged, Maybe they took her phone back home, and that's when it unengaged from
okay. Well,
there's a whole different. There's other ways to look at it if we're considering an inside job.
Well, okay. So let's say that's what happened. Let's say she never left the daughter's home. He drives her home, goes up, opens the thing, goes in the garage, closes it, stays with his car out on the street for 4 hours, though 5 hours.
Right. So your
Stages
video footage should show him coming and going.
Right. You'd have to know that car wasn't going to get picked up. Right. So, and that car is going to get picked up because you're going to pass by convenience stores like that gas station and everything else.
It's not like you can park on a road behind the house or anything. I mean, they back up to culverts and gullies and terrain. It is the desert, and it is that Arizona terrain. It's not like you can just walk around. All the part around her house is her yard. After that, it's rough. Like you can't. That's why they haven't really done any searching on foot to look for her in that vicinity of the home, because it's gullies behind it. And Brian Ensign was talking about that yesterday. He said, if you go very far behind it, it's just culverts and gullies, and it's not places that an elderly person could ever get to or be taken to.
Okay, so I'm thinking of this a little differently. So let's say, he drives to the house, and I don't think this is how it happened. I'm just trying to talk it through to see if it makes sense. He goes through the house, he opens the garage door, he goes in. He'd have to have her Apple Watch and phone with him, put it in the house, stage a crime scene, and leave. So he'd have to go home to make it look like he dropped her off and went straight back home and not get caught on camera anywhere with him and her not there. But then later her pacemaker has to attach to and be detached from her phone and watch. So she has to be in the house, right? She'd have to have been there for her.
She just has to have been. She just has to have been with her phone or watch. When it deactivates, it can be anywhere that it as long as she's separated with distance, it can quit working. And okay, say that she's at their house and she never left their house.
Yeah.
He took the watch and the phone away from her at 1:42 and took them to her house. That would disengage them. They would be apart from her. And he could have made it that you could set it up to make it look like she was taken home, but she really wasn't. Then he goes back, Then it, 142, he goes and takes it, and kind of stages it. I mean, if
Yeah, I don't
if
think
they're
so.
creative enough to commit the crime, they're creative enough to do it outside of the box.
Yeah, but like somebody's saying here, the cell phone, her cell phone pings to the cell towers triangulate. Yeah,
Right, but
you
we
couldn't
don't
get
have any of that information. We don't know.
but but you would know that law enforcement would and could know that
Right,
you were,
right.
because I bet her phone connects to their own home Wi-Fi and all that stuff.
Right, right.
I don't think
I mean,
I
they
think she's
should
got
be
to
able to
be,
prove it. They should be
and then
able to prove it.
her blood's on the porch. She had to go back home. I don't think that theory works.
Okay.
Talking it through, I
So,
just don't think it works.
but people were saying, well, his phone would ping off the towers nearest her. They would, unless he's got a burner phone. Burner phones, he could leave his phone at home, which would also show that his phone didn't leave. So you can tell a lot from the phone forensics. And then if there's an OnStar system or a way that the car, it's a higher tech car that's got a computer system, it's going to be able to tell you the direction, even how fast you drove. To get from one place to another. Then you've got your cameras throughout your, the road cameras and the, Circle K, different places. You've got cameras. A lot of people are saying that they think the blood was old blood, that it was there from when she hurt herself or something, and it was just never cleaned up. And that is possible, but they should be able to tell by the when they type the blood to get the DNA evidence and the way it looks, they should be able to tell how long that blood had been there. Especially in the last 24 hours before they tested it.
So the picture was taken two days after the disappearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks older to you than that. I mean, I don't know how to. I don't have that experience.
And I agree. Real Me Too said,
but I guess it's possible.
Yeah, she said, how do they not have any suspects? They have to have some digital coming in, and they should. They should, even if it's burner phones, they should be able to see that there are burner phones or phones that aren't assigned to anyone that are pinging at that time of night. That's a very unusual time of night for people to be in an area that they don't typically live in.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. If I was going to commit a crime, I leave my phone at home. Yes. Just like we saw in the Tepe murders. He left the phone at his home and then drove and all that to try to make it look like he wasn't there.
Does anyone know, have any YouTubers or social media sleuth types, has anybody driven the route that you would take from Nancy's house to Annie's? I would just
Brian Enton did. He did. And I think he's 6 minutes or maybe it was 6 miles, 10 minutes, something like that. But you would have
that's a lot of cameras.
Circle K. He said should have been several cameras.
Yeah. So, his movements are verified then, but I'll go look for the Brian Enton because I'd like to see.
Yeah. And I think JLR had walked and pointed out cameras on the roads too. And he had several that he pointed it out.
Real Sergeant Tom says, I'm still surprised with the various videos that keep coming out from Savannah. Yeah, they've all been very different.
All of them have been completely different than the other.
Oh, okay. I got to step away for just a moment.
Sure. Are there any wooded areas along the way? That's a good question. Between the two houses, like I said, it is Arizona terrain, lots of rock. I don't think it's a woody area as much as it's just desert and terrain. That Arizona terrain, lots of rocks and gullies. And then Brian Ramble said, yes, big intersection with cameras everywhere. Yeah, they've said there should be plenty of cameras. Yes, Real Me Too. Tepe, he left his phone at work because he did not want to get caught with his phone. Whispering said, I've heard that her phone, Nancy's, was found in the car. Why would it be in the car when she took an Uber and was driven home? I have not heard that, Whispering Winds, Donna. I haven't heard that. If you can tell me where you found that, I would love to research that because that does make a difference. that does make a big difference. And Brenda, I agree with you. This case feels weird. I think there's a big piece of information we don't know. I agree. And like I said, I'm not into conspiracy theories. However, there's a lot of other things that this case can, I guess, generate ideas in your head. Like I said, Savannah Guthrie did a lot of interviews with Epstein victims back in the day. Her husband worked with the Clintons. Back in the day, his company worked with them as like professional scrubbers. They took things off the internet that they didn't want people to find, whether it's business transactions or negative like arrest records, things like that. So, I mean, you've got political things that could have been somebody's motivation to do this, but it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel like a ransom kidnapping type of thing. I just don't think it feels that way. Yes, Brian Ramble's Dateline 2019. Yes. But there's a lot going on this week. If you think about it, the Clintons are supposed to be testifying in Congress. That's this week. Ghislaine Maxwell was supposed to testify today in Congress. I heard she pled the Fifth. So who knows? Who knows what this connection or what could have caused this? Or is this some familial issue with money? And it's just coming down to money and people wanting money or think they're deserved money that wasn't being given to them. And Laurie says, it is vast brush mess of a perfect way to get rid of a body. Just awful. Anything out there wouldn't survive for days. You wouldn't find anyone. But, you know, the thing I was thinking about, within a 5-mile radius, if there were buzzards, which you would think they have lots of those kind of predatory birds. If you had those, you could easily see where they were starting to collect and circle, and maybe look based on that. But yeah, the bodies don't last long out in the desert as far as that goes. SCLV said, by the way, some Apple Watches have cellular backup capabilities if paid extra upgrade. It makes the watch independent of the iPhone if the iPhone was left behind. Yes, they do. I'm thinking if she's not paying for the security subscription, she's probably not paying for an extra Apple Watch subscription, but I may be wrong.
I mean, it's a good guess.
32 minutes until the deadline.
Yeah. I'm looking back at at her house. It looks pretty much the same sheriff's car just sitting out front and a million media members.
Yes, I heard that. I heard that
too.
ruling too, that she pled the Fifth and refused to testify today. Don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but very interesting. That's Ghislaine Maxwell today. She was supposed to testify in front of Congress regarding the Epstein file stuff, and she refused.
Oh, so she was in front of Congress just saying, I plead the Fifth?
Yeah, I think it was a video thing, and she pled the Fifth and would not testify. Yeah.
Well.
And Debbie, I agree with you, Deb. There's a lot of info we don't know. I can only get confirmation from questions I ask.
Oh, Kennedy, if my stomach was growling, I didn't realize it, so I'm not sure. So Lori says, Brian, would he drive? Wouldn't Annie have driven her then? Mainly, why the heck would you take her home? Why not at 10 p.m.? Just let her stay.
Well, maybe she, I know if it were my mother, she'd want to stay in her own bed. So she would say, yes, take me home. I want to get in my own bed. And the older you are, the more set in your ways you can be. And I think that is, I mean, I know if it were me, I'd want to sleep in my own bed too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I can see why that happened.
I saw some people were kind of early on angry that she was even taking an Uber to come over, but
that just might have been her thing. I mean, she obviously didn't have any trouble with technology to be able to order an Uber on her phone and things like that. I mean, I know our mother does a lot with her phone and can do that kind of thing. All we'd have to do is teach her once and she could do it. This was something Whispering Winds Donna had said, and you were gone, but I want you to see it. She said, I've heard that her phone, Nancy's, was found in the car Why would it be in the car when she took an Uber and was driven home? That may have been the whole reason they decided to impound the car. I have not heard that though. And I asked her if she knew where she heard that. I would love to find out because I did not know that.
No, I did not know that. That one's new to me. But the new stuff keeps these guys kind of leak a lot of information in this investigation, don't they?
They do. They really do.
We keep hearing different things that we probably aren't supposed to know.
And Deb said maybe she wanted to go home. And he drove, so his wife didn't that late. I also heard she was going to take an Uber home. It makes you wonder if she took one there, why she didn't take one home. Why wouldn't they go get her? If it is a little odd. Usually you go the same way. You go, both ways the same.
Well, what is the normal pattern? Is it like every because did she disappear Saturday night, right? Was her last night over? Does she come over Saturday night for dinner? Is that a tradition? Does she usually take an Uber home and back? Do they usually pick her up and drop her off? Or a little bit of both? What's their normal deal?
Yeah.
And if him taking her or her taking her home is out of the ordinary, then that would be something. But we won't know that.
Real, me too. I'm with you. I've taken Uber. I don't always feel comfortable doing it by myself, but if I'm with a friend or multiple people, I don't mind taking them. But it's a little scary getting in a car with somebody you don't know.
A lot of one way this situation's different, having Savannah Guthrie being at the heart of the whole thing, is in other situations, you would probably have a lot of family talking to various people, media, YouTubers, and that kind of thing. But with the Guthries, they've had, I don't know how old Savannah is or how long she's been really in the limelight, but a while. Her family's kind of trained to, we have no comments. We're not talking to anybody unless it's a controlled statement from us. And so they know not to talk at all, because otherwise we'd probably be getting some information about family dynamics and all of it. But we're not going to get anything unless it's through Savannah in a controlled statement, I don't think.
Any old time 48 says, I suspect the main reason for impounding the vehicles was to check for their recent travel and see how it matched with phone data. And you're probably right. They can pull a lot from that.
Yeah, a lot of people felt this way. Or me too. I would never let my mother take an Uber when I lived 4 miles away. Yeah. I mean, it's just, you just don't know. Did she insist, or were they, did she come over on her own? Was she like, I'm going to pop over to see the grandkids?
Right.
Came unannounced. What was, we just don't know what their dynamic was like.
Real Sergeant Tom said, it makes me wonder if they're now using keywords for some cooperation in what is going on with other news this week and next. Yeah, the wording has been very strange. So I think that there is a chance they're using some kind of keywords. And Brian, thank you so much for your gifted membership. If you received a membership from Brian, please thank him. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for the gifted membership.
I'm going to take our banner off now.
Oh, okay. I didn't even realize it was there.
Yeah.
So Sammy says, I believe Savannah and Megyn Kelly are both 55. Tomoso 50, Annie 58.
I think they've been married.
Savannah's 55?
Yes, she is. Her children, she didn't have her children too much later. I think they were born in like 2014 and 16. So she's got a boy and a girl. But they're still relatively young because she had them later. But yes, weird situation.
Okay, Deanna says she's 54, but I still wouldn't have put her in her mid 50s. I don't think. Of course,
Ashley Banfield's in her 50s. She was talking about being in the media for 40 years. So she's got to be pretty close to 60.
I'm
If
terrible
that's
at
the case.
guessing ages, though. I'm horrible
Oh,
at
me
it.
too. Me too. And Deb Smith said that she took Ubers all the time. She was very comfortable with them. And a lot of
Yeah.
times when you live in an area, and especially like a rural area, even though it was Tucson, she probably got the same driver every time. Sometimes you can, get the same one over and over and over again in an area. If it's a smaller area and there's not as many Uber drivers around. So she may have been comfortable with who she had. But I heard that the Uber driver was very, very cooperative, gave all the information. He even gave them pictures of inside his car because he had a camera running all the time and everything, and that he was very forthcoming with all the questions and information.
Her kids are 9 and 11.
Yeah, they're young. Real me too. Yeah, I knew she had to be late 50s. She said Ashley's 58. They look great.
Yeah, so I don't know if I don't guess there's really going to be an announcement unless something happens with this.
Well,
I think we're all kind of waiting,
I'm still watching live coverage from there, and there's still sheriff's cars and people there. Of course, it's 4:30 there, but I'm not seeing anything big happening. There's people camped out in front of Annie's house and also Nancy's house, and I'm not seeing anything other than police media circus.
I'll tell you, you go searching for just top, like on the side. I'm kind of just refreshing my feed here, just to see if anything's coming out, a message from the family or whatever. There's some weird conspiracy theories surrounding, and like even outside the ones we've discussed, some really weird ones out there that people float. Was like, what are you talking about? And that's not to say that some couldn't be possible, but there's some really out there ones.
Brian Selter said, the word I keep hearing from Savannah Guthrie's colleagues and other sources at NBC is unbearable. It's just unbearable. I can't imagine.
Who said
Brian Seltzer.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, he's on CNN. Not my favorite network by far, but it was a credible, he just heard that it was terrible at NBC and everybody's just despondent in what's going on.
Oh yeah. How many years has she been with them? She's been there 10 years or so?
Oh, a while.
Yeah.
Today show for a while.
You imagine somebody going through something like that.
Yeah, I don't see anything too much.
Yeah. Lori Mint says, would love to see the interview with the Uber driver to see her mood and if she talked. So they said they talked to the Uber driver. Did the sheriff actually say I guess he cleared the Uber driver? We don't even think that.
I think he actually was cleared.
Yeah. It's interesting who they choose to clear and who they choose not to sometimes.
I can hear the high school that's nearest my house. There must have a ball game tonight. I can hear the music from the football field.
Cool Cougar says we should go have supper. Both of you, maybe come back later, in my opinion. Well, I mean, at this point, we didn't really know how long we'd go on today. I know this is a long stream for us, but with the deadline just right around the corner here, kind of want to just see if something happens. I mean, you just never know. Maybe something will happen and she'll be released.
Here's something from the New York Post that they just put out a couple hours ago. It says veteran homicide investigator Paul Cialino, who's worked with 48 Hours and CBS News, he said that the key elements of a true kidnapping aren't present in this case. He said it does not have the elements of a true kidnapping. He's a homicide investigator. And I would have to agree. It's just that something's just off.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm
Romy
not
2 says the
seeing
Uber has been cleared. Deb Smith said he actually said no one's been cleared, but he didn't think he was involved. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, I don't
telling
remember
you.
him. I couldn't remember him using the word cleared exactly, but that sounds right. Like
Yeah,
he
he
said
wouldn't say
something.
cleared. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he used that word exactly, but Brenda Calvert says anymore there are so many crazies out there. Everyone in news media needs security for them and their families. I did try to look up and see if Savannah had any history of stalkers or anything like that in her. If she has, nothing widely reported. It's been kept quiet if she had that issue. Coincidentally, I was listening to my favorite podcast, the Small Town Dicks,
Mhm.
which has the lady that voiced The Simpsons on it, Lisa, the voice Lisa.
Mhm.
And the episode I happened to, because I just put it back like it's the oldest one I could, and I just play the next one. And I think I'm like up to 2018 now or whatever. They've
Oh,
been around a
wow.
long time. But she was telling a story about how she had a stalker, and her stalker was a contractor, and she was actually moving from a place she had lived before because of another stalker. This was like right when The Simpsons was blowing up, and she's like
Uh-huh.
in her late 20s, and all that.
Right.
Somebody was like leaving her these creepy love notes at her first home. So she's like, I'm buying another place. I'm going to do it in a trust where nobody knows where I live and all that. Well, while she's getting that house fixed up, this contractor that was working on the house kind of says some creepy stuff to her. And then it becomes this wild situation where he comes to her one day and says, there were two guys I saw following you around, and I killed them to protect you. And I had them
Wow.
killed by a hitman, but I owe that hitman $20,000 for eliminating these guys that were following you around. They were going to hurt you, and I need you to give me $20,000. And she's just like, what? Just blown away by this whole thing. And she, it was like she didn't know what to make of it. She didn't know if it was real, if it wasn't. She was like, in hindsight, obviously it was not real. But in the moment, she was so terrified, she didn't know what to think of. So she didn't tell anybody what happened for days. And so anyway, it goes on, but she's terrified because this man has access to her home, knows where she lives. They can't really charge him with anything criminally exactly. There's not enough evidence, and she just talked about how for years, she had this guy out there that knew where she lived and could come back into her life at any point. And it made me think of this, and that's the lady that it's a voiceover actress.
I know.
I know
I
she's
mean,
been in other stuff, but
yeah,
you know,
that's crazy.
people can get fixated on these
Did she
celebrities.
call the police about it? I mean, how did she rectify that?
She ended up having a friend put a scare into him that was, I think he was maybe a former officer working security. I can't remember exactly what this guy was, but she did pay for him to do security for her. And he basically put a scare into this guy, kind of said a few things to him. If we see you come back around, this is what's going to happen to you,
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And that was eventually sort of the end of it. But she never really knew if a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, he wasn't going to come back into her life. So she kind of lived with this fear. And she was talking about how it just changed the whole way she viewed the world. Even when fans come up to her at the airport, want autographs, she's kind of like you always wonder, is this another one of these wild situations or whatever?
Mhm.
And she'd had a couple of other stalkers prior to that even, but not as dangerous as this guy, because it seemed like it was a combination of him being fixated on her and wanting to extort her for money and get leverage on her,
Wow.
and he was trying to get her to wrapped up in his imaginary world or whatever. But anyway, so it made me think of this that way, because I thought, does Savannah have someone that's fixated on her, and thought a way to get to her could be through the mother, to get her attention or something like that, you know?
Well, those kind of people would be the kind that would possibly try to do something to act like they saved her so that she, type of thing, or we found her and here she is. And, but if her mother's still alive, she's going to be able to tell what happened to her and who treated her how and all that kind of stuff. Even if her eyes have been covered, if she's as sharp as they say she was, she's listening and she's knowing what's going on around her. I know if it were my mom, she would be listening and would know what was going on around her and could tell you, well, this person said this. And, she wouldn't be totally out of it. She would be, if she could hear. Now, that's something else we hadn't talked about. I wonder if she wore hearing aids of any kind.
I don't know.
Nobody mentioned that. And that can put a damper on being able to hear and know what's going on. You go to bed, you take your hearing aids out, and you don't hear the things that are going on around you as readily.
One question, Lori Mentes, would anyone comment on how you bring her back now? I can't figure out how you at this point return her other than Uber.
Put her in an Uber, send her back.
Well, her, for some people, I know when some people that have been kidnapped have been released, not necessarily ransom situations, but essay kind of events. Sometimes the people that have survived where they actually let them go. Sometimes it's like they're 2 miles from a gas station, so that they've got time to get away, and then they have to walk 2 miles to get back to civilization or whatever. But her situation, where she can barely walk 30 yards,
right,
would be different.
But they could put her in a location like a remote area and then send to someone where she is. That's what I would think with an elderly person you would do, is like have them in a barn somewhere on a piece of property that was abandoned, and then say, okay, you're going to go 55 miles to X road, and gives you plenty of time to get away.
Yeah.
And have them at a remote location. Rumi too, that's a good question. She said, I wonder if Savannah will return to the Today Show after all this. I would worry about my children. Well, it makes you wonder, that to me would be, if you were wanting to get at them, to hurt them, that's who you would go after. If it was just a vendetta against someone, would be their children or their husband. It wouldn't be their 84-year-old mother. It just wouldn't be who you would think. I don't know.
Children might be harder to get to.
They might be more secure. They might have, with them being high profile, they may have bodyguards. Who even knows?
I mean, and she lives alone.
She was a much easier target.
And
and like people said, she'd done the show about where she lived in her hometown, and they talked about all that, and so it made her a really easy target. Deb, I don't really know how much money her mom did have. I know Savannah's father died when she was real young, but she said, I don't think it's about Savannah. Her mom had more money. I didn't know her mom had more money than her. I wouldn't have thought she would have.
The only thing I could find money-wise on the mom was that the home's estimated around $1 million, but that, property values go up. She's lived there a long time, from what I understood. It looks like a really nice place.
I think they look like hospitals. I think they're awful looking. I don't like that compound one level look. I think they're ugly.
Well, I like the little kind of yard for the desert, they're always a little bit, it's a little different.
Based on everything I found too, I couldn't find any net worth. All it was the property value was approximately 1.1 million. And that was the only asset that they could find.
I would guess she'll go back, if I had to guess, whatever happens here. She might be gone a while.
Right.
I bet she comes back eventually. We're just 15 minutes out. So I wonder if I just don't know if anyone's going to put out any information about it.
You're right, Real Me Too. She said it's not hard to find out where people live. It's not. Real Me Too said her mom's supposed to be worth about $2 million, which would make, that would make sense that she had, she had her home, her real estate, and then she probably had a substantial savings.
Yeah, you'd have your amount that you're living off of, maybe, if there was like a nest egg.
Right. I mean, I know Savannah's father died when she was very young, like 16 or something. So she raised her children herself. And I don't know if she remarried or not, but I think she was a single mom and raised her kids.
Yeah, I think the husband died. 1988, I think, was the year for the husband.
A long time ago.
So been a while. Okay, so Brian says the house just cost $75,000 when purchased 5 decades ago.
Right, it was, and it's worth about a little over $1 million now. That still doesn't make her richer than Savannah by any means.
Yeah,
just because her house is worth more.
Yeah, and she worked at the university since her husband passed. They would probably get a pension too. Sure, maybe life insurance she had with him, and yeah. So, and I'm sure.
Oh, Cheryl said she did hear that there were hearing aids left at the house. I would have been surprised had she not had hearing aids at age 84. So that makes sense. Oh, a detective mom said Brian Enton just posted a new post from the sheriff. Let me see what I can find. Hang on. I think I just got that from Real Me Too. Hang on.
Okay. I could type in Brian Enton up here too. I'm going to assume he posted on X. If you see this thing about the son-in-law's home getting taped off, it looks like it's all a bunch of clickbait. I've seen it all day long.
What is it?
About crime scene tape at the son-in-law's home.
Oh yeah.
It goes to some fake website, something or other.
All right, I'm pulling it. I got it.
I don't see anything here.
Hang on. All right. Hang on one second.
Here it is. 8 seconds.
Did you find it?
Okay, I'll share this here. See if this comes up.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so this is Brian Enton, who is, of course, right there in Pima County. New statement from Pima Sheriff says they are following up on new leads, and we can expect to see an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residences. So far, I have not noticed anything at Nancy or Annie's house today.
New statement says they are following up on new leads. Okay, here's something that
So they've probably made a post.
Hang on.
Hey guys, all right, so there's a new statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
Sorry, hang on. I've got the hang on.
I'll pull this down so I know I've got it.
All right. I got one I'm sharing. Hang on 1 second. And I will play it. It's just Brian Enton talking about what he just said, I think.
I think this was a fake.
Hang on. I'm trying to find the. Okay, hang on 1 second. This one is from him. Hang on just a second.
That was a role play.
Okay, hang on.
I thought I followed them earlier today.
It says, we do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. We understand the significant public interest in this case. However, investigators need time and space to do their work. If and when relevant information becomes available, it will be shared. They say there's going to be no press briefings scheduled right now unless something happens. And then they say many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residence over the weekend. Yes, we did. That activity will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process, including the expansion of the search and follow-up on new leads. That's interesting there. I don't know if we're going to see them coming back out here. This is all part of the investigative process as the search for Nancy expands and new leads come in. To preserve the integrity of this criminal investigation, details of that process are not being released at this time. It's interesting that they say new leads are coming in. So that's kind of the latest. I'm still outside Nancy's house. I'm just in the car, but I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, all right, so there's a new statement from the Pima County.
Okay.
Yeah, and not addressing the ransom at all. Okay, so some new leads. They say they'll be out there tonight. I mean, they don't have to say that, you know.
Right.
But you know,
And
they
thank
don't
you,
have to say
Romy,
anything
too,
at
for
all.
sending that to me. I appreciate that.
Yes,
I
thank
got
you,
it up
Romy, too.
there. Thank you.
We have
Yeah.
a statement, is we have none.
Yeah, and he's basically telling the media to screw off. Yeah.
Yeah, whispering once he said disappearance, not a kidnapping.
Yeah, he did use the term disappearance.
Yeah.
Our statement is we have no statement. So I expect nothing else to come out.
That'll probably be it, unless we hear something from the family.
I'll be anxious to see if the funds TMZ reported an hour ago. There's still reason to believe that she still may be alive, and the deadline is today at 5 p.m. But Bitcoin account still is empty. That was 1 hour ago.
Okay.
But that I'm looking to see if I see anything else. And I think from what I've seen today, watching the lives from different creators that are there, nothing's happening. They've just got police stationed at both. And one of the neighbors that I think probably the one that called and complained yesterday, they now have no trespassing signs in their driveway. I saw that at one of the neighbors' house.
I know you always have to kind of feel bad for the people that live in these areas where something like that happens. You're just living your life, and then out of nowhere, you've got a few hundred media people all out in your street, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's a lot of people out there. Yeah.
Here's a big statement that they had 22 minutes ago. It says, we just received the following message from the Pima County Department. It says, and it was to the media. It says, we do not have any public information to release. This is funny. We do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. We understand the significant public interest in this case. However, investigators need time and space to do their work. If and when relevant information becomes available, it will be shared. No press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting any one-on-one interviews and remains sole department spokesperson. So the sheriff that's bungled everything up is still the sole spokesperson, and he is not commenting. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called, and you will be notified via email from the Pima County Sheriff X account. Investigation. Many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie's residence over the weekend. It will continue tonight and into tomorrow. Basically, same thing that Brian said. It says this is all part of the investigative process as the search for Nancy expands and new leads come in. To preserve the integrity of this criminal investigation, details of that process are not being released. This is something he didn't mention about the ransom. The FBI is handling all aspects related to any ransom
Okay.
Notes or communication involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs. So that sounds like they're handling all ransom information. And then he asked for tips. We appreciate the media's assistance in helping get information to the public. Thousands of calls have been received across multiple tip lines, and investigators continue to review them. Anyone that believes to have information may assist investigators is asked to contact 1-800-CALL-FBI or PCSD non-emergency line, and it's got the numbers. So that's the media update. And that's the whole thing that he just sent out that Brian went over. But sounds like the FBI is handling anything to do with the ransom.
Well, that kind of tells you, so if they're the ones handling the ransom, that means the county's the ones handling the investigation.
Right. But that also tells you that they may not know exactly what's going on
with the ransom issue.
Right.
Yeah. They may not be.
Yeah. And Real Me Too said they won't let him speak. They stopped him from speaking the other day when answering a reporter's questions. Yeah. I mean, and he kept having he kept saying over and over, well, I'm just Monday, or I'm just Friday. What is it? What do you call it?
Monday morning quarterback.
Monday morning quarterbacking. He said that 1,000,000 times.
Yeah. Which implies that you've made a lot of mistakes looking back.
Yes.
When you say that, you're usually saying, well, yeah, because he did kind of say, well, if I had to do it over again, we would have left the crime scene tape up, but in hindsight,
Well, and I think it's really relevant information to realize that they don't have a lot of expertise in this type of investigation. They're very young detectives. That's what Lori said. Maybe they are training the young detectives. Should we have a kidnapping now, a disappearance? This is all the things you shouldn't do. Let's go back and show you what you should do. That's what it feels like.
I mean, ideally the way you do it is you've got a veteran homicide person working with an inexperienced one, and they're learning kind of. I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere, but that's where it's like, one thing these guys will tell you is sometimes your case getting solved is just where it happens. Did you happen to get the right detective or the wrong detective, the wrong county or the right county? Sometimes it's just luck that you get a great investigator or not, or one that's seasoned or not.
Right.
This seems like, kind of stepping back from all of it, this should be solved. Right. I mean,
yes. I feel like this should have been an easy thing to me, especially if it's an inside job, it should have been easily solved. Now, if you've got some major criminals that are professional criminals, maybe not. Maybe it would be harder to solve. But you would think an 84-year-old woman is not that hard to find.
How many cars? So if they know that whoever left the home left at around 2:40 in the morning or something like that, right?
Right.
How many cars could have come out of that street around 2:40 to 3 o'clock?
Right.
You got to have it down to 10 or something that drove by that Circle K at that time of night. It can't be that many people coming through there. So they don't know the car at this point. They haven't figured that out in over a week.
Right.
It seems like with the FBI involved, they should have that all, because we know they had to have left by vehicle. I mean, she's not in a neighbor's home.
No.
But
I do find it odd. I mean, they went with the theory that she was kidnapped. They didn't even consider that it could have been an unaliving and her body taken somewhere. They've done no searches. I mean, there's been no searches. So
for a body.
For a body.
Well, I kind of think that they were starting the search when they were looking in that tank, whether it's a water tank or if it was a septic, whatever type it ends up being. I mean, to me, searching in there is looking for her body.
Right. Right.
Especially the way they were doing it. They had that pole. They're just pushing down there to see if something's down there, right? That's what
Right.
it looked like.
That's what they were doing. They were fishing in the water tank to see if there's anything that catches on the pole that would indicate someone had been put down there. And those holes for the water is much bigger than like a manhole for a sewer. Those are much smaller for septic. That was definitely a water, like where they have their cisterns where they pump water in for them to use.
Yeah. I'm just
That's definitely a cistern. It's not a sewer.
I'm not gonna play the sound. I'm just gonna play it so people can see. But this was them in her backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else you're doing with that pole.
You can kind of see how big now too when they see how much bigger. That's a huge. That is not a. That's not a septic tank. That is a cistern.
That's like you're feeling around there to see if you touch something.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like to me.
Yeah, it's a desolate area. It's very spread out. Not very many on the street.
Yeah, I mean they should have a description of the car by now.
Right.
They should know. They should have this whittled down because it can't be. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that Brian Enton video and see what that drive is like out of there, and kind of get a good look at the map and all that, and just see if it's a through street. I mean, when you watch it today, it doesn't look like anybody's driving down that road. It's just a bunch of press camped out.
Right.
People are saying we need cadaver doggies.
Well, and it looks like to me they would be doing some of that they would have been looking in the areas, but also I think they would have seen like buzzards and stuff, decomposition smells that would have drawn birds.
Yeah. So we are.
Yeah, I did see that, Cheryl. There are 2 big holes, but I'm pretty sure those are cisterns where they put where their freshwater trucks come and put water in to pump in for their systems, because they don't have like a they have septic systems, but that's for their fresh water. Sammy said there was one guy on camera that said he showed up to search, but there were no search parties. Like he said, they had helicopters at one point. The FBI had dog, but why open the scene and not search? I agree. I'm just really surprised, and I'm surprised that, especially when it took a while for a ransom note to come in. Why wouldn't have you been scouring the area futilely everywhere up until that point? And they weren't.
Because even if she's deceased, a lot of times the bodies end up being found pretty close nearby, and if they don't know, if they're not sure she left by car or not, because they're searching in a septic tank, then they think it's possible she was back there. Then why not be searching out?
And why is it taking a week to search those areas? Why is it taking a week to just now think, oh, let's search this?
He actually says in that February 2nd interview that they had started doing searches, then they called that off when they turned it into a criminal investigation, which was pretty quick. So they didn't search very long.
No.
In comparison to the Sebastian Rogers case, they went over a week searching before they scaled that back. They basically let it go a day or less.
And that may be exactly what a person that would have harmed her and did away with her would have wanted. That may have been why there was a lapse in those notes coming out or being sent. They wanted to deflect from the attention and get them off of searching. So they sent the notes and got everybody looking over here while this was going on over here, type of thing, look over here, not over there. So.
Well, we are past the deadline by about 7 minutes now. So
Charlotte said, who kidnaps for ransom? And is she at high risk for those types of people? It really seems like believing that is to ignore the obvious and the most simple explanation for her being gone. And usually it is the most simple explanation, but it seems like the more we are in true crime, the weirder things get. And the more that you see these cases and you're like, I don't see how this could have happened. Just like the Banfield case that we watched, and how crazy it was what he did and what lengths he went to make it look like his wife was this horrible person doing these horrible things so that he could have a life with the nanny. You know, it was just and so I think the cases get crazier the more deep you get into them, but this is definitely one that I would have never believed.
Yeah. I'm looking something up real quick to see if this is
Well, me too. I kind of have that feeling too. I feel like if she's in that she's close by. But, you know, I don't know. She couldn't walk far, that's for sure. So she had to be taken. And I agree, Jada, I think that's so sketchy that TMZ got the first letter. I mean, in the way that they went out and reported what, the letter, and they've just been getting a lot of attention from it. It makes you wonder if that wasn't an inside job to get the attention. Boy, wouldn't that be something to find out?
Yeah, Sophie's asking, I wonder if they paid. Doesn't look like it. I think that statement we saw from her, from Savannah, was her saying we're not paying. We think this is a hoax.
Yeah.
At this point, I need help. We need tips. We need people to keep an eye out for Nancy. I think that was her being a little defeated today. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up, Auntie.
I think sounds like the plan. And if anything huge comes out, we will let you know.
Absolutely. Everybody, I think, has kind of become obsessed with this, and let's hope they find something in their search tonight, find some clue. If we hear something, we'll hop on here if we can. But thank you for hanging out with us today. You guys have been great. Yes. I love the conversations we have with our group, and it's always a lot of fun hanging with everyone. And let's pray that there's a miracle for Nancy.
There's a resolution at least. So answers for the people who have none.
Yeah. But thank you very much for everybody for being here. Thank you to all of our mods that hung out with us. And
we had some great mods today. Thank you so much. Romy 2, PJ. I mean, we had so many people hopping in and out all day today. And thank you.
Special thanks to Little Black Bear, Brian Rambles for the gifted memberships. Dreaming of Blue Skies for being a member with us 19 months. Grandma Chachi with the super sticker. Miss Kelsey with the gifted memberships. Thank you so much, guys, for that. And we will be back, I think, on the 11th with our special guest, Detective Dan, to talk about Sebastian Rogers. We might talk about this a little bit too. We're going to talk
it'd be a neat perspective to get from Dan on what he thinks about it, if it's not solved by Wednesday.
I mean, there's some similarities in that we have a missing person in an investigation. So some of the questions will kind of cross over, really.
Oh, PJ, thank you. She just gifted 5 more memberships.
Well, thank you, PJ. We appreciate that. Didn't want to get left out there in the at the end. We appreciate the memberships. And if you receive one of those, please thank PJ. You're one of the best. We appreciate you very much.
Also, I believe Betty is doing a live if it's not already started, it's supposed to be starting on the same thing. So if you want to pick up where you left off here, you can hop on over to Betty's channel.
Great. Well, we'll see you guys soon. And thank you very much.
You all have a great evening.
We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We're holding on to hope for you. Ooh. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We remember